is it unstable? Hmm, this fucking I know this one.
I'll take you out to dinner. Do you think that I'm stupid enough? Don't answer that. Charizard sucks. Oh man, Jackson, I really like Charmander. Why are you so fucking cool? Because I watch anime. I'll take you out to dinner. Do you think that I'm stupid enough? Don't answer that. Imagine you could say, the first reaction never find a solution to the problem. As soon as the performance can fill out, the problem is beforehand. God, she smells amazing. Dude, I just want to slap my big hairy. I personally don't think Deku needs to suck Bakugo's dick. I come in anime. Oh, look at all these boobies. Did you know that fucking Twitch Prime? You get a fucking 60 resin 20k Mora? He's being super fucking weird right now, dude.
Being able to open its jaws up to 150 degrees, an average gap of 4 feet. Coming in second place is your mother. Love you, Techie Eggy, love.
What we need next is we need a girl who sits there with her mouth open and her eyes rolled to the back of her head and her tongue hanging out. Free electro cock too, okay? Tectone, I watched a lot of Monster Musume, and I just don't think that you and Freen talk in a very healthy manner. I've watched a lot of romance, and I've played a lot of H games, and I just think that two people who have been together since they were 18 and are now 27, I feel like y'all are just messing up, especially when you've had less than 10 arguments in 10 years. I just really feel like I know what's best for you guys. I really feel like I know what's best for you guys. So I'm gonna need you to take my advice. Hey, yo, friend. If I told you I'm about to spend $1,000 on this banner, what would you say to me?
Are you at least gonna get one?
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, I'll get one UMBA, yeah.
It's better than Star Roman.
I fucked your mother. Bye-bye. Thanks. Boom! We already fucking win that. That we fucking. Oh my god. Yeah, sorry about that. Michelle Obama came to my fucking doorstep again trying to sell me electronic scooters for disabled kids, but I'm just so fucking tired of it. I'm not really buying into the whole business idea. You're playing the guy, and then you just suck them all, and then you fuck them all at the same time. Oh, yeah, I just pissed all over my hands, dude, because it's sterile. Kinda want that long dick, but I'll probably wait till later. Is there another tall motherfucker I can ride? I can't even imagine what you're even remotely talking about. Hold up. Oh my god, yo, are you okay? Hey, are you? Oh god damn, he pulled something in his neck. Mooga. Masturbate and fish. And you can get it every single time without fail, because the entire dick is not deck. No, yeah, I definitely did jerk off the Nami from One Piece, 100%. You have an anime waifu as your profile picture? Or a Genshin Impact waifu as your profile picture? I know you're too far gone.
How dare you insult us? I swear to God, you bald white man, I will gather my minions and have you cancelled on Twitter again. Upload.
Not like a red bubble and it reacted. Find all the nest nodes and destroy their weak point.
Can you feel your grasp on humanity slowly slipping every single second when you play the game, or is it just fun?
Fun and not too.
I look like an absolute scumbag. I'm gonna be the biggest asshole in the entire planet. Let's go. I'm gonna call him Chad Ballsman. He has a fucking machine gun! Are you stupid? Let's see. Fall damage? Yep. I am so convinced to my very soul that these guys, they don't fucking do anything. They just pretend like that's not doing anything. Like, he's not doing anything. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's some guy. They just give him a stick. Oh my God! They ripped the color off of his body.
Are you hurt?
I can't handle this, dude. I can't handle this. Yup. It's gotta be. Oh, the weirdest shit. Let me show you how to get what you want. Mega Brain. Mega Brain. Remember that? No! I'll say this right now. One Piece sucks.
I so enticing to genitalia that nobody can fucking study for me. Everybody just wants to beat off.
Freedom, God, get off my property. Hey, sister, you looking kinda good. I'd probably fucking do. Fuck me, dude. Hentai, boba? What's the fucking noise? The fucking that sound? Shove it up your ass. Good boy. Oh damn, Bree, you kinda smart though.
I love the music today. Oh, good. Because I feel like dancing. What's that? Twitch ban for arousing everyone? I taste blood. Get it? Got it? That was easy. Spirit Pearl. 30 primos! Nice. 30 primo gems. I forgot. I forgot that when you have these, it doesn't prompt you like this. I was gonna troll you. What if I got Val there? I almost trolled myself. I gotta be careful. I'm really close to pity. I gotta be careful. I almost got Val on accident. Sheesh. Oh my god.
What?
Okay. Come on, boys. Come on, give me that
Leave
luck.
me
Give me that
alone.
luck. Come on. 5-star early.
Hot.
Sag, dude. Oh no. What are we at? We're at 65? No, yeah, 65. No, 66. We're at 66. So wait, I could do a 10 pull and I could get a 5-star? Should I do it? No, I feel like that's a waste, right? I feel like that's a waste forcing this banner, isn't it? I feel like that's a waste. No, it's not a waste? Alright. Give me your essay on why it's not a waste. I want to see the gold, because you can get something good from it. Yeah, but I could also get something good from it in a little bit. It's for the memes. It's a waste, but I want to see the pulls. See, that's what I'm saying. You guys are just trying to bait me in. It's a waste. I know. I feel like it is a waste too. But why do I want to do it so bad? Well, hold on. So we're at 65. We're at 65. No, we're at 66. This would put us to 71. Hold on. Just hold on. I want to do it. I've already wasted so many on this banner. I can't. No, we gotta earn it. We gotta earn it. Boys, you guys are toxic. You guys are actually toxic. I want to do it. I mean, it's only 1,600 Primo Gems. It's only 1,600, right? You guys are enablers. Yeah, I agree.
Delve into destiny.
You guys don't want what's best for me. It's only $20. I'm free to play though.
Access denied.
I mean, I also could get a new cool 4-star.
He's free to play with Ganyu, Mona, and Zhonglei.
I could get Diluc. I could get Chi-Chi. I understand that. I could get Kichin. Might take like 80 to 90 wishes. Check your Sakura tree. Oh yeah, dude. We got brand new. Well, I think I'm capped out on wishes for a while because someone said you can only go to level 30. Why don't I buy C6 from the shop? Because
The agenda.
I don't want to. Because then if I get Xingqiu, it feels like I kind of lost value. Yeah, 30's as far as you can go, right? I mean, I can get these, but my thing is I might have to wait like 6 more weeks to get this 5-star, depending on how long I wait. Which is fine. That's patience. Save for the rerun? That's what, yeah, I don't know. The only thing is, here's the thing, guys, is like if I want a new 5-star as well, right? I'm at like the exact same spot as well here. So like I'm close. I'm not getting Raiden Shogun. Double 5-stars? No, I don't want Raiden Shogun though. You're skipping Kokomi, so it doesn't really matter. That is fair. I am skipping Kokomi, so I'll have lots of Primo Gems. I mean, it's only 1,600 Primo Gems, but it's 1,600 Primo Gems that I could use. Listen to my argument at least. What if a cracked Dendro character comes out, got a special banner, C2 is amazing. Just absolutely game-changing C2. And those 1,600 Primo Gems could have been it. I've already wasted a lot on the standard banner, getting my Gene back in the day. Like, I blew like 6,000 Primo Gems on the standard banner, and I regretted it. So it's like, I'm just scared. I'm just really scared to do that. You're free to play? You're not getting constellations? Well, here's the thing. In pretty much my next 10 pull, I can get a 5-star. So I would be able to get that character in 10 pulls, and by the time they come out, like I might have like 20,000, 30,000 Primo Gems. I don't know. So we are over the limit. We are over the limit. We got a bonus. Amber, my girl! My girl! Let's go! Jeez! Alright. Come on. Big one. Give me the big one. I'm so tempted. What are we at? Jean was our last one. I'm singling my way in. Chat, you better listen. You better give me a kiss on the lips after this. Come on, we gotta get a 5-star from it. It's gotta be a 5-star. Oh yeah, dude. It's gotta be a 5-star right here. I can feel it. Okay, there's a 4-star. Xingqiu C6. Not what I wanted. I hope that was Widsith. I feel like that is How many of that do I have? Oh no, sacrificial. Oh, that's only my second one. Wait, actually that would be good with Sucrose. So what are we? Hold on. So what are we at? 1 second. So we were at 65, and then we did it, but we also did a couple more. We did 2 more wishes in this that haven't registered. All right. I'll do 4 more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we got an early 4-star. Xingqiu or something. Yes! Oh my god! Oh, we actually got C6! Holy shit! Oh, we got C6, bro! Yes, dude! Oh my god! Yes! What are the chances of that? What are the chances of that? That's like 1 in how many 4-star characters and weapons? Bro! Are you kidding me? Let's go! Yes! This is why we don't buy them from the shop. This is why we don't buy it from the shop. Oh my god. Oh my god. On hit, the third attack also generates 3 energy for Xingqiu. Will I ever need, like, do I even need energy recharge now? Enhances the third sword's rain attack. Wait, does it say how much damage it gives? It says activating 2 of the swords greatly enhances the third sword, but does it say how much damage it gives? C6 Xingqiu. Wow. Oh my god. We got it. Wow, wow, wow. And then a 5-star right here. 5-star. Here it is. Yep. One more. I think I was 70. One more. Last one. Last one. Last one. Here it is. 5-star. I lied. 5-star. Last one. Yep. Let's go. Let's go. Something big. Diluc. Mona. Oh no. Is that good? Are we happy with that? Beta weapon? Wait, is that Pog? Is this actually kind of Pog? Should I be hyped for this? Is that Copium? Yeah, this is the Claymore. That's not the sword, guys. Hold on. Wait. Increases all damage by 8% after using an elemental burst. Normally charge attacks on hit create a vacuum blade. So we're gonna have higher base attack than this and energy recharge, so we could just spam. I mean, Beto is good, and I just got C4 Beto. Is that actually a big pull, or actually might be nice. Increases all damage. That's just like a damage multiplier. I mean, this could be kind of cool on Razor too. And I mean, if I just pop my ultimate and do one quick attack, I can take this as well. Good for Beto on an emblem set. Oh, do you know what? That's true. Because then I'm stacking more energy recharge. So now are we saying Pog? This might actually be a big pull for the account. I mean, I would have loved to get Mona. I would have loved to get Diluc again, but do we prefer this over Chi-Chi, right? Do we prefer this over Chi-Chi or something? I mean, I think so. And that's our 4th 5-star weapon. Wow. Other than refinements, right? But hey, we don't talk about those, right? You know, we don't talk about the refinement. But then also, I need to start using Beto more. We need to get this up. We need to start investing in our Beto. But I mean, that's fine. We do love Beto. She was one of my favorite characters. Damn, thank you. Oh, I thought I could activate for a second. I was like, what? Oh, no. I just started leveling this thing up. Sacrificial Greatsword. I guess this is probably better, though, right? Skyward Pride is probably better. That sword is incredible on Razor. Is it actually that good? It's Pog on Razor, trust me. Really. I mean, the other thing, too, guys, is if they ever bring out another God-tier Claymore support, I've got a Skyward Pride. I can't be mad about that, right? The base attack on this, though? It's 674? Whoa. And the vacuum blade scales on physical. Wait, so if I put this on Razor with all of his physical damage, this does 80% of attack as damage to opponents along its path. It lasts for 20 seconds or 8 vacuum blades. So then we would multiply that by our physical damage on Razor? Because he gets like 100 and some percent. Really? So that scales up to approximately 640% damage. Wow. And it can crit? Can it crit? Alright, so what did we use? 1300, 1400? What did we use? I feel like we used one less than a 10 pull, didn't we? Am I dumb? Or did we do one 10 pull? I used 1800, I actually used more than that? Oh no. It was like 1700. Or was it 78, 64? Well, I mean, I still got 6,000. I've got these wishes here. We've got free wishes coming. I've got the tree wishes coming. So that's good. Your Razor's gonna be amazing. Exciting. 4-star. Yeah! 4-star. Yeah! There it is. What is it? What is it? Something good. Let's go! Worth it! Oh, worth it, bro! Xingqiu last 4-star. Bennett C2 this one. Is that a big upgrade? I honestly haven't even looked at it. C2, energy recharge. Let's go! Amazing! Amazing! And we're getting closer to C5, the big upgrade we're looking for. Nice, dude! It was worth it! It was worth it! Think about it. Think about it. Think. Just think for one goddamn second. Think about it for 1 second. Did I use a bunch of resources? Yep, I did. I get that. But I got some gold artifacts, right? I got these characters ascended now. I'm never gonna have to do that again. Whatever, is what it is. But this is a guaranteed upgrade for my team. Could it have been something else? Yeah, for sure. But we just got a guaranteed upgrade for our team. So if I was going to farm artifacts with that resin, right? Chances are I get nothing. This way, we got a guaranteed progress towards a 5-star. That's one more on the pity counter. So we're at like 7 pity. That's progress, right? Right, guys? That's progress. Pretty good progress. Now it's only gonna be 5 more months for another 4-star. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Did we get it on 9 there? I don't even know. God, that looks nice. That looks nice. This is exciting. Now, did I get C6 Ning Wang?
Hello and welcome to my channel, I Win to Lose Gaming. Eternity has arrived. The third Archon, Raiden Shogun Bao, is finally here. In this video, I will be demonstrating what you can expect out of a Day 1 Raiden at level 90, Constellation 0, and with the Favonius Lance. So before proceeding, please keep in mind that the catch is a much better weapon for Raiden's damage in comparison to the Favonius Lance, and the catch is also 100% free-to-play friendly, obtainable through fishing. However, farming the catch requires you to catch an ungodly amount of fischls, and no, you can't just bomb Bakudan them, you have to catch them individually, one at a time and slowly. Before continuing, although in this showcase I'm using the Favonius Lance, I strongly recommend using the free-to-play weapon, the catch, instead. But for the interest of time, I'm using my Favonius Lance. Also, my Favonius Lance is at Refinement 5, but refinements on the Favonius Lance do not affect her damage in any way, but it does generate more energy particles. With all that out of the way, let's take a look at the rest of my Raiden's build. She is using a 4-piece Emblem of Severed Fates. Her stats are as follows, and as you can see, my Raiden has a lot of energy recharge. She's using an energy recharge timepiece, but I do swap it out for an attack percent timepiece in some of the showcases. She's using an Electro Goblet and a crit rate circlet. I will make a full guide on what main stats and builds I recommend, because that topic is actually rather complicated, but that won't be what this video is about. My Raiden is at Constellation 0 throughout this entire video, and her talents are 6, 6, and 6. I'll be doing another showcase with the catch and with her talents at 6, 6, 8, after I do more of the story quests. But keep in mind that with 2 more levels in her burst and with the catch, Raiden will be doing 40% more damage with her burst. There are many aspects to Raiden's kit. Let's first take a look at her basic attacks. Yeah, so Raiden's basic attacks do physical damage and aren't going to be very good with the Favonius Lance. Let's move on to her elemental skill. As you can see, it hits every second or so and does a little bit of damage. Another aspect of Raiden's elemental skill is that it adds bonus damage to your allies' bursts. At level 6, like mine is, it adds 0.27% bonus damage per energy cost of the burst. For example, since Zhongli's burst costs 40 energy, this provided 10.8% bonus damage to his burst, which was a rather small improvement to his burst's damage. Next, let's try this with Ayaka with the Amanoma Kagamichi. Ayaka's burst costs 80 energy, and thus Raiden's E boosts Ayaka's burst by 21.6% bonus damage. This resulted in a slightly more noticeable increase to Ayaka's burst's damage. And finally, the moment you've been waiting for. That's right, it's the Booba Blade. I mean, the Secret Art Muso Shinsetsu. Here is the ultimate Booba Blade without any resolve. As we can see, it managed to do some decent damage to the Cryo-Regisline. Next, let's try this with the maximum 60 resolve. In order to get 60 resolve, I spent 320 energy on my other characters. As you can see, the damage is far more impressive. Now, as with any new character, let's see what a team can do to amplify Raiden's damage. Bennett has a level 70 Lion's Roar, so he is roughly equivalent to a Constellation 1 Festering Desire free-to-play Bennett. Kazuha is the standard Elemental Mastery build, and Yanfei has the Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers. Well, not too shabby, but now let's push my Constellation 0 Raiden to the limit. She'll be using a Refinement 1 Engulfing Lightning, and will also use whaled supports with food as well. Naturally, what kind of showcase video would this be without a spin through Abyss 12? We'll be using a free-to-play setup, with Bennett using my level 70 Lion's Roar. This puts him at around a Constellation 1 level 80 Bennett using the Festering Desire. Xiangling will be here as the main damage dealer, and also because she is on the banner. She's using a level 90 Refinement 1 Mythic Spear. And the last support slot will go to Sucrose. Not only is Sucrose also on this banner, but she is a great damage amplifier for Raiden and Xiangling.
Level 1 book now?
While heavily relying on Raiden's damage as well as Xiangling's damage, you'll see that this Raiden team is handily able to complete 12-1-1 in time to 3-star Abyss 12. Unfortunately, the Electro Infusion Shield every 15 seconds is pretty annoying for Raiden's team to deal with, but with enough help from everyone, it's still very manageable. An amazing thing about this team is that it really enables Xiangling to not play with energy recharge on her timepiece. This really opens up a lot more damage for Xiangling. Also, this team feels like infinite burst works. Bennett's burst and Raiden's bursts are almost always off cooldown, and Xiangling is able to fill up her burst thanks to all the energy from the team and from the leyline disorder.
Just if King all the way for Genshin.
And lastly, 12-3-1 is a fun playground for our Electro Archon. We finally have a group of enemies that doesn't somehow heavily resist Electro, either through the Electro Shield mechanic in 12-1-1 or the Electro Lava Troll in 12-2-1.
What are you doing? How are you bored? You're bored playing Genshin?
We get a very satisfying clear of this chamber with Raiden and Xiangling, doing more than enough damage to easily curb stomp this floor.
I thought you'd even done like a half of what I've done so far in Genshin.
So my initial impressions are that Raiden is an incredibly fun and satisfying character to play. From the gorgeous cinematic of her burst to the incredible energy restoration that she provides the team, Raiden is already one of my favorite characters. My next video will showcase
Have you fought
her
every
with
boss?
a catch and a level 8 burst. And with just those two things alone, her burst will do 40% more damage. She is by far the best battery introduced in Genshin Impact and fills a very unique, never before seen role. As for how good she is, well, not only are we going to need more time to farm her talents and weapons, we're also going to have to farm her ideal teammates as well. My initial thoughts are that she will take some time to break in, and we'll need more proper teammates, like a well-built Sarah, to really get a better feel for how good she is in Genshin Impact. But before signing off, I wanted to mention that I finally have a Discord. I often post sneak previews of my future videos and chat with my audience there, and a link to it will be in the description below. Also, I regularly make Genshin Impact videos, ranging from Caesar showcases, DPS showdowns, guide videos, and more. So be sure to smash the subscribe button, as it's the best and easiest way for you to support my work. Also, don't forget to like the video and leave a comment for the YouTube algorithm. As always, I appreciate every single one of you. This is I Win to Lose, signing out.
Oh, what is this new file?
So, it's been a while. I know I'm super late to the Genshin bandwagon, but there is a very good reason for this. For the past year or so, I've been watching my loved ones descend into this Genshin craze like a contagious fever, looking for their next hit of serotonin with every successful 5-star pull. And I knew if I were to partake, it'd be the death of me and my already slow upload schedule. Emily, look at how pretty this game is. Look at the environment, the colors. Emily, look, there's a cute little fairy that follows you around. Look at how gorgeous the character designs are. Look at this Zhongli fan cam, Emily. You would love this game. Yeah, I know I'd love it. That's why I can't touch it. Listen, it's gonna be like the K-pop hole all over again. I have a lot of stuff to do, like, all the time, and not nearly enough time in the world to do it. These characters are very, very pretty. Wow, look at that. But I'm not willing to risk neglecting my work for this game. You would have to pay me to make me mess up my sleep schedule even more.
We will sponsor you.
Huh?
We will sponsor you.
Okay, wait, hold on. So you're telling me that I could start playing this game and it would count as working?
Precisely.
Well, sign me the freak up. I'm ready to start my anime 2D fantasy world journey. Let's go. And yes, this video is sponsored by Genshin Impact. Woo! I'm sure you already know what this game is, so I'll make this brief. But Genshin Impact is an open-world action RPG where you climb, swim, glide, and fight your way through 7 regions of this huge world with beautifully designed...
Wait, 7? 7. I only count 3. Whatever.
characters that each control one of 7 different elements. In the new Inazuma update, you'll get to uncover mysteries in the final chapter of the Inazuma Archon quest, and unlock new characters like Raiden Shogun, the Electro Archon Supreme Ruler of Inazuma, who's perfect for you if you're really into the type of woman who could kick your ass and intimidate you into submission. Another Electro character you could potentially get is Kudosara, the leader of the Tenryou Commission's forces and a stern and ruthless bow user, who could also kick your ass. And of course, there's Sango Nomiya Kokumi, the divine priestess and supreme leader of Watatsumi Island, which is actually one of 2 new islands that you'll be able to explore with the new update. I have my eye on her in particular because, I mean, look at her. She's a gorgeous, floaty, mermaid-like princess. And despite her delicate appearance, she is the leader of a resistance, so she could also kick your ass. There will be new events like the Moon Chase Festival and the 1st anniversary celebration, where you can get 10 free Intertwined Fate and various other awards just for logging in. And since we're on the topic of gorgeous character designs, MiHoYo also has a newly released game called Tears of Themis if you're interested in something with a more romantic approach. If you're interested, it'll be included in the links down below. Thank you so much to Genshin Impact for sponsoring this video. Use my link in the description to get Genshin Impact on your devices and start your fantasy adventure. Now, where were we? Ah, yes. So I'm slowly getting acquainted with this world, doing my quests, fighting slimes and hilly churls, picking up every little mushroom and berry that I come across, and I thought to myself, what exactly is it that draws people to this game so much? I mean, it's really pretty, and the combat's fun, but what exactly is it that...
I didn't know you were such a slacker. You've actually got the power to go up against the dragon.
Whoa! Who the hell is that? He's cute. He's cute. What the heck? He's so cute. His eye patch, his long dark hair, his flirty little chest window, and his shirt.
Come on, let's get moving. We're not frozen in place after all.
Speak for yourself! I'm gonna go. I gotta, learn how to glide and stuff. Come on, Amber.
Leaving already? See you next time then. Don't make me wait too long though.
Oh my god, I totally get it. I get the appeal now. And it isn't even just Kaya. Kaya is but one of many characters you could potentially fall in love with, which I know isn't really the point of the game at all, but listen to these voices.
No need for small talk. All that matters is that you were safe last night.
I can see how hard you've been working today. Let me think of a way to reward you.
We should look for a place to take shelter. I'll be fine, but we don't want you catching a cold.
I used to think interaction with others was a waste of time. But after meeting you, I'd rather spend my time on you than other matters.
Now, you know what the best part about being a Kaya simp is? He's free! He automatically gets added to your party, and I get to just use him whenever I want, and listen to his voice lines, and admire him in all his beauty. But you know who else I discovered I really, really like? Paimon. Yeah, you heard me. Paimon. See, even before I started playing Genshin, I was seeing a lot of talk on my timeline about how annoying Paimon was. But I actually think she's really cute. She asks dumb questions and she's motivated by food. And honestly, same. So I don't want to see any Paimon slander in the comments, okay? Because I feel very connected to this character, and if you're shitting on Paimon, you're crapping on me too, okay? She's adorable. And no, I'm not won over by her because she's a tiny cute fairy, but that's like 60% of the reason why. She's so stinking cute. Look at her. Don't you just want to gobble her up? I actually already went ahead and got this Paimon plushie. Look at how cute she is. She's so stinking cute with her little 3 mouth and her big old head. And I figured I'd end up down here one way or another. What the? Chili? You're in this hole too?
Emily, I'm in a lot of different holes.
Oh god, mind your phrasing, Chili, please. I'm sure a lot of people enjoy the really grindy aspect of the game, where you hack and slash your way to leveling up and becoming an unstoppable force with a team comprised of 4 of the hottest people alive. And yeah, that part is really fun and feels fulfilling, especially when you're finally strong enough to battle the enemies that you kept nervously walking around before. But I find that I really enjoy the least combat-heavy story quests, like the quest where you have to assist Xiangling in a cooking contest, or the one where Lisa takes you all around Mondstadt to find overdue library books, and you get the option to pick different things based on whether you think it'll please her or not, like a little date. Or when you have to be Zhongli's sugar mama for an entire afternoon. I just think it's fun when you get to interact with the characters for longer than one conversation, and you get to experience their unique personalities. Doing little errands in Mondstadt makes me kind of wish I were transported there. Not as an adventurer, but like one of those NPCs at the restaurants. That's how I usually feel whenever I play fantasy-based games like this. Like, wow, I'd like to live here. I don't want to fight monsters or anything. I want to be the NPC that bakes bread and sells it to the people who do fight the monsters. Or a noblewoman NPC who lounges around in the castle and makes small talk with the players. The soundtrack is also really, really pretty. I think my favorite right now is the music that plays at the Qingyun Peaks. It's the one that I kept humming to myself because it was stuck in my head. But that's probably because I spent eons at the 3 golden bird statue puzzle. It's all I could listen to. Just imagine this beautiful, peaceful, ambient music playing in the background.
As you struggle with the climate.
Coupled with the sound of, I have to climb that mountain too? Oh,
I called it.
Oh my god, I don't think I have the stamina for this. I'm not gonna make it! What do you mean I can't jump past this ledge? Why is it blocking me? Wait, did I already go to that mountain? Where's the last statue? I'm sure you're all wondering how much I've sunk into the gacha part of the game, but truthfully, I haven't really at all. Yet. I'll slowly collect the primo gems or occasionally earn a quaint fates and use those to roll, but I'm fortunate that my favorite characters are ones I already own, got for free, or aren't even playable to begin with. I'm not really attached to any other characters enough to desperately roll for them, but to be fair, I'm still catching up to the rest of the story, so that could very well change. If I had to pick one character whose design I liked the most, it'd probably be Kuching. Maybe one day I'll be able to have her on my team. However, if Mihoyo ever came out with, say, some super sparkly pink fairy-like magical goddess character, then it'd be over for me. my wallet and I would be done for. But until then, I'm very happy with my Yanfei, Kaya, and Zhangling. Okay, update, editing Emily here. So I decided to buy some Genesis crystals because I wanted that rolling experience, and let's be honest, I'm sure MiHoYo knew that some of the sponsor money was gonna go right back into their game, and I got Ayaka! Woo! So here's that finish.
It's not it.
Oh,
thank
God.
Thank
God.
God.
Thank
God.
God. Thank God. I was about to rage if you didn't get that shit. I'd rage for you.
Here we go.
Whoa! Wait,
wow.
That means I have to replace Kaya.
Yeah, he sucks.
My man Kaya.
He's really good. Emily, like, really good.
But Kaya.
Like, no, she's literally a better version of Kaya. Like, I'm not kidding.
But that's my husband.
She's literally Kaya, but 10 times better. Get rid of that dumbass. Get rid of that dumbass. Yeah, get that fucking loser out of here.
Hey, Kaya.
Get that free champ out of here.
No!
This is a pay to win account now.
No, it's my husband.
Character out of here.
It is pay to win account now.
Pleasure to be working with
Oh, she's cute.
While everyone is enjoying the Inazuma update, I'll probably still be finishing up the main story since I am pretty late to the party, but I'm looking forward to when I make it that far. You know what the nice thing is about having friends who played the game a year in advance?
Hello?
Oh, hello.
Can you help me with the boss?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Alright, here we go. Boom, pop. Oh my god,
Not even now.
Thank you.
Thanks again to Genshin Impact for sponsoring this video and giving me an excuse to start this gorgeous game. Hi, sorry I went kind of radio silent the past 2 months. I recently moved to a new place and I started playing Genshin. I typically don't accept sponsors for games on my channel, but I'm actually really enjoying Genshin so far, even though I'm a total casual player, and I'm really happy that MiHoYo reached out to me. I'd just like to remind everyone, though, that if you choose to roll, please roll responsibly. I know I joke a lot about Kokomi destroying my wallet and everything, but fortunately having a sponsor like this allows me to roll a bit if I so choose to. So, you know, just be careful, have fun with the game, and if you're also playing this game and perhaps a fellow Kaya Sim, I would love for you to tweet at me or something so we can gush over his chest window together. And if you want to gush over Xiangling, even better, because I love her the most. Even more than Kaya.
Oh, Sea Dog and Chili Panda. Okay. Makes more sense.
Every few years, a game comes along that changes the industry. And Genshin Impact is one of those games. Not many people had heard of MiHoYo before September 2020. The Chinese game studio was founded in 2012 by 3 students at university. It now has over 2,400 employees, making MiHoYo quite possibly the fastest growing game developer in the world. Their recent hit title, Genshin Impact, has received attention for many reasons, one of which is its record-breaking revenue, with mobile income alone surpassing $1 billion in just 6 months, making it the quickest game in history to reach this milestone, and this figure doesn't include revenue generated on PC or PlayStation. And there are other reasons this game could be considered historically significant, from the unprecedented level of global reach it's had for a game made in China, to its technological achievements on mobile systems, or even the specifics of its monetization methods. You could argue that anyone with an interest in the gaming industry should probably have at least some understanding of Genshin Impact and why it's been so successful. And I have an interest in the gaming industry. And yet when Genshin Impact came out, I didn't play it. I didn't even look at it. Really, I tried not to even acknowledge its existence because I knew, without playing, looking, or acknowledging, that I didn't like this game. This was not because of its anime aesthetic. I'm not the biggest fan of anime, but I'm not the smallest fan either, and some of my favourite pieces of media are anime. It also wasn't because Genshin Impact was Chinese. I don't have a problem with Chinese games, and some of my favourite games that I've played this year have been Chinese. And it wasn't even because of its reputation as a Zelda clone. I like Breath of the Wild. I might like more Breath of the Wild, and some of my closest friends are in fact clones. No, there was just one reason I didn't like this game. One word which carried such dire implications in my mind
Got her
that
to
the main
90?
invocation of it was the only thing I needed to know. I wanted to stay far, far away. Gacha. Not gotcha. I hear people say it that way sometimes. Quite often actually, and that's wrong. It's gacha, derived from the Japanese toy dispensing vending machines gachapon, where you exchange money for a capsule that may or may not contain what you actually want. It's actually an onomatopoeia describing the two sound effects involved, where gacha is the sound of the vending machine handle turning, and pon is the sound of dreams breaking in young children. When it came to the video games, they just got rid of the pon part though. Better optics that way. If there's one thing everyone loves, it's monetization. Once upon a time, people used to just buy complete games. They'd walk into a shop, make a one-time payment and get a complete product, no strings attached. Luckily, those dark days are behind us, and now such primitive upfront transactions are on the decline. Welcome to the new age of monetization. We have it all. Loot boxes, paywall, subscriptions, in-game advertisements, take your pick. Or don't, we don't care, we'll force it on you anyway. You can pay to win, pay to play, pay to display, and pay to make those goddamn fucking pop-up ads go away. We got in-game stores and out-of-game DLC, pre-order bonuses and post-purchase handicaps, cosmetics and conveniences, characters and customization, daily limits, monthly subs, seasonal passes, yearly events. It's never been easier to get rid of all that annoying, unwanted money. Really, we've got everything. Well, almost everything. The only thing that's missing is some way to make people sign over the entirety of their worthless lives. But how? How do we do this? By George, it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my goddamn life. Okay, video game monetization is a subject where there is a risk in being over the top in your Nostradamus-like proclamations of the end times, but there's also a risk in being the opposite. New and aggressive monetization methods haven't exactly ruined the fertile fields of the gaming landscape overnight, but there has been a slow creep of the intrusive and unwanted into the games of tomorrow, like the ever-advancing march of a plague-ridden tortoise. There are reasons to believe this slope may be slippery. I mean, what's acceptable today wasn't acceptable in the past, and there's a monetary incentive for companies to keep pulling on the udders of their audiences to squeeze out as much milk as they possibly can, short of forcing players to migrate to greener pastures. But at the same time, games themselves have changed. Traditional monetization methods aren't always the best fit for every type of game. Audiences do retain some power through purchasing, and reasonably priced gaming experiences haven't just went the way of the dinosaurs. We're in a world where people do have a choice, and at some level, it makes sense to respect the choices of others, and accept that people can spend their money on what they want. So, it's a complicated topic, but that doesn't mean there isn't a problem here. Ultimately, we must each ask ourselves what is and isn't acceptable, and then let our voices be heard through our actions. Which is easier said than done when the same companies that want your money will also try to influence what you consider acceptable. So to have any real hope of resisting a worse future, lines must be drawn somewhere. And a day did come where upon the sandy beaches of my mind I drew that line and drew it well. And on the unacceptable side of that line was gacha. All of it. But what is gacha? Why is gacha? How is gacha? And where is gacha? There's no who is gacha, that would be ridiculous. But these other questions are important. I have a problem here though, which is that I don't know who you are. You could be anyone. I mean, you look like a Blue Yeti microphone, but you're probably a person, and people have different levels of familiarity with the gacha genre, amongst other topics this video
Have fun
will touch
streaming,
on.
Jess.
So I'll try to keep this explanation brief, yet informative. Gacha, not gotcha, is a genre of games that grew in popularity over the last decade, particularly in Asian markets. They're usually free-to-play mobile games, and the already explained name is no coincidence, as while the gameplay of gacha games varies greatly, the unifying quality is the gambling-like method of monetization through which players acquire in-game characters and items. This activity, usually referred to as pulling or rolling, involves exchanging an in-game currency that can be purchased with out-of-game currencies in order to gain random rewards. Imagine loot boxes, and that's pretty much it. But the difference between the loot boxes of the West and gacha is that in gacha, the entire game is designed around this loot box-like element. This is usually done through large casts of likeable characters that players want to acquire, alongside a heavy focus on progression to make your characters, items, and time spent with the game have a greater sense of value. They're basically great big ever-updating progression treadmills in much the same way that MMOs often are, except without some of the catch-up mechanics. So gacha games can create a sense that you need to keep up, which you do through grinding and daily activities, but rolling for more characters might not hurt either. Gacha games are strongly associated with anime, and it's often anime girls that people are rolling for, with many popular anime having accompanying gacha games, but it's not a genre exclusively about anime characters. Raid Shadow Legends is a gacha game, which might explain how they're able to fund their widespread content creator harassment campaign, but there are also gacha games for many big franchises, including Star Wars, Marvel, Disney, and others. And plenty of video game franchises have got in on the action too. I mean, Final Fantasy has had 4 different gacha games. How that happened, I don't know, but I do know why. Money. And they do bring home the bacon, with some of the big boys pulling in over $1 billion revenue per year, and there are quite a few boys these days. It's a bit of a sausage fest. The metaphor, that is, the games are kind of the opposite. It's a growing genre, and for people who partake in the gacha way of life, it can be serious business. By which I mean, it can be fucking expensive. A few years ago, the Wall Street Journal ran a piece on a guy who spent $70,000 on Fate Grand Order. And while such ground-shakingly exorbitant figures are a rarity, meeting people who have spent $1,000 or $2,000 on a particular game is more common than you might imagine. It's also common, at least from my personal experience, for those same people who spend a few $1,000s to possibly be in denial that spending such a large sum on a free mobile game might be considered excessive. £1,000, that's nothing, they say. You should see what the whales spend, they say. I'm just a dolphin. My response to this has usually been to politely ask them to stop throwing aquatic mammal names at me and pay your fucking rent on time. I have since come to think of the whale as a mythical animal, existing in the minds of gacha spenders to provide dogmatic justification that no matter how much a person might spend, at least there is some sea creature out there who is apparently spending more, so I guess that makes whatever you spend okay. It's like in Star Wars, there's always a bigger fish in the sea, at least in your mind there is. Yes, the relationship between man and his gacha is a strange thing to behold. People love these games. They also hate them. Sometimes they love them while hating them. Sometimes they make love to them while hating them, although we don't need to talk about that. What we do need to talk about is the most valuable thing of all: time. You could play a gacha game successfully without spending a penny, and people do, but you can't get very far in one of these games without some serious time investment. As I said previously, the core of these games is usually progression, and it doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the morning when you log in to do your dailies. And if people can spend thousands of dollars in these virtual anime girl menageries, they can likewise spend thousands of hours. Gacha can be a commitment. You may be wondering why people play these games if there are all these downsides. Well, there are 5 unique reasons, as identified by me, and we'll get to most of them later. Something that isn't one of these reasons, however, is gameplay. People do enjoy the gameplay of their favourite gacha game, but through extensive research I have concluded that this is not one of the main draws to the genre. My reasoning for this is that other games offer more or better gameplay for less time or money, and that the core gameplay of many gacha titles is very repetitive. And some gacha games just don't really have gameplay, as is the case with something like Uma Musume, which is currently the most popular gacha game in Japan, and is just about training horse girls. This might seem a little weird, but you have to understand the Japanese actually take their horse racing very seriously. Horse racing has a long tradition in Japan, and it's a culture where respect and tradition are a really big deal. The horse girls also sing and dance. Okay, point is, it's not about the gameplay, even though there usually is gameplay. The gameplay is just what ties the experience together. So, in summary, gacha, not gotcha, and not necessarily a good life decision. It's like gambling, except without the possibility of winning money. Or, when you consider the time requirements, it's like a second job, except instead of making money while you do it, you lose money. So I guess maybe it's more like a way of life, except a bad one. At least, that's how it seems from the outside. Gacha seems less like a game genre and more like an addiction, a hobby offering danger, excitement, and cute collectible anime girls that can also bring ruin, pain, and suffering. It's like alcohol, cigarettes, or slot machines for a younger, more anime girl-obsessed generation, and this appeal might be difficult to understand, but it clearly exists regardless. Actually, it reminds me of the way in which MMOs were talked about during the peak of their popularity. Welcome to Azeroth. Quit your job, fail your degree, and future-proof your virginity. You'll love every second. And that comparison of gacha to MMOs runs deep, but it's worth pointing out that the fear-mongering of MMOs as this new life-destroying gaming obsession did prove in most cases to be somewhat hyperbolic. As for where Genshin Impact fits with all this, well, this is a gacha game, and it might be the most successful one ever made. Only time will tell, but that's not the only thing that makes Genshin unique. You see, gacha was a mobile genre, and mobile games had a history of predatory and intrusive monetization methods long before gacha cemented itself as a thing. But Genshin Impact isn't exclusively a mobile game, and its focus on open-world gameplay is a radical departure from the largely menu-based gacha tradition. And so, Genshin Impact is an answer to the question of what happens if you take the wildly financially successful gacha model and combine it with a more conventional big-budget, highly polished single-player experience. And the loudest answer to that question is, you make money. Which means more games may well be motivated to follow in its wake. Genshin Impact is an intrepid explorer, forging a path into gaming lands previously untouched to set down the colonizing flag of its uniquely addictive monetization, and others will probably take notice. And that's why I wanted nothing to do with this game. It was an invader, and when its success leads others to follow suit, I was worried the land I cared for might be changed for the worse. And I would have had nothing to do with this game, until 6 months ago when I decided I wanted to create a deep dive into the Chinese gaming industry, and so I began that journey with some preliminary research involving playing some of the most important Chinese games ever made, the first of which was Genshin Impact. As a long-time hater of gacha, who had no actual first-hand experience with the genre but did have a maybe surprising amount of negative second-hand experience, I went into this game not only expecting to dislike it, but also with a desire to use my time with this game to confirm to myself all the negative stereotypes I had about the genre. I wanted to prove to myself that gacha is evil, and I was going to do that with Genshin Impact. That didn't happen though.
It didn't really.
Genshin Impact doesn't start strong. The opening cutscene might impress in terms of animation, but the narrative hook it presents feels weak. In the past, your character had travelled to different worlds alongside your twin, until one day an unknown god showed up to abduct your twin, leaving you stranded in the land of Teyvat. You then awake many years later and set off to search for your twin with your newfound companion Paimon, a small floating child creature you apparently fished out of the sea one time. Paimon is, in many ways, the real main character of this story. I mean, you are a mostly silent protagonist, and Paimon is going to accompany you every step of your journey, guiding you in the direction the writers want you to follow. Really, she is the true heart and soul of this narrative, there to inject personality and humour into the frequent long stretches of dialogue with her jovial naivety, and my god, does it hurt me to listen to this character in English. Hearing her speak makes me feel like I am doing something wrong by playing this game. It makes me want to look around my room every 5 minutes to confirm I'm actually alone, because I feel worried one of my parents will walk in and be disappointed in me. And I haven't lived with my parents for over 10 years. So I changed the language to Japanese and never looked back, until I came to make this video where I replayed the first 10 hours of the game and was reminded of just how much pain this voice causes me. Over my many hours with this game, I have come to thoroughly like this creature, in much the same way that one might like a slightly annoying pet. Yes, they're not the exact creature I would have chosen if I was given a choice, but as long as they don't urinate on the carpet or bite small children, I'm more than happy to look after them and show them affection, while I convince myself and others around me that their annoyingness actually just gives them more character. This would not have been possible if I hadn't changed the language, however. Maybe this is a problem with me more than Genshin Impact, I don't know. I don't understand the science of why changing the language from English to Japanese eliminates the emotion of cringe for some people, and if this doesn't make you cringe, then I respect and admire your mental fortitude. But I still feel this creature should come with some kind of warning. Once you escape the first few conversations, however, it doesn't take long to be enveloped in the blissful vistas of Genshin's open world, which frequently looks phenomenal. From the appealing colour palette to the seemingly limitless draw distance that's always reminding you of all the exciting places you have yet to explore, this world is able to make you want to spend time in it through visual design alone. But it has more to offer than visuals. In fact, this virtual space is so densely packed with chests, collectibles, and other things to uncover that even a short walk across its landscapes can lead you to making so many discoveries that it can feel a bit like you're injecting an illegal quantity of dopamine straight into your bloodstream. The world unravels before you like a never-ending breadcrumb trail of shiny things to interact with, where you can always see at least one more objective to head to from any given location. A lot of these objectives are connected to simple puzzles or combat encounters that rarely challenge, but still provide a surprising amount of satisfaction, which is probably because even without a great degree of challenge, the player still feels like they're always interacting with the world around them in some way. In many open world games, the world itself acts as a container for the activities, missions, or quests that the game revolves around, but in Genshin Impact, the world isn't just a space to do fun things in. The world itself is the fun thing. The experience is about exploration, and the many chests and puzzles this world is packed with are just there to be a reward for that exploration. And it works. Curiosity is rewarded. Moving from one place to another will have you constantly scanning your surroundings, always being invested in what might be around you, and while the simple challenges and hidden secrets fall short of being truly mentally taxing, they still force regular engagement. If you see something floating in the sky, you'll have to work out how to actually reach it. Head to one chest instead of another, and you'll find yourself plotting a mental map of the many places you need to return to get everything. And the first time you solve each of the many different environmental interactions and secrets, provide bite-sized eureka moments that leave you feeling smugly satisfied at your intellect, regardless of whether or not they actually require that much intellect. Because, hey, at least you worked it out for yourself. And if finding one thing is easy, finding everything isn't. And so, in much the same way that a collectathon works by giving you lots of easy things to find that come together to create a more challenging optional objective of finding everything, for those who enjoy exploring the world, there is a challenging end goal made possible but not easy by craftable items that help you track down those last remaining items. But keep exploring and the puzzles do become more complicated, the chests more spread out, and the environments more hazardous. And yet the pinball-like motion of bouncing from one objective to the next remains an enjoyable activity for hours and hours. I've explored the entire base game plus all content added since release, and I still want more. I feel like I might always want more, and even more surprisingly, when I started to replay this game again for this video, during which I was exploring places I had already explored before, while knowing that all progress I was making was entirely meaningless, even then I still found the core activity of exploring the world and collecting its treasure thoroughly enjoyable and felt an urge to keep going even when it came time to say goodbye. This is very impressive to me, and I can't think of any other game that offers a similar experience. Well, except for one, I guess. Before its release, Genshin Impact was dubbed a Breath of the Wild clone, and in its early days it probably got considerably more criticism for this quality than anything to do with gacha or monetization. China does have a history of playing fast and loose with intellectual property laws, maybe because for years China just didn't care about intellectual property laws, but regardless, there are reasons to be skeptical of this sort of thing, and there are some obvious similarities between the two titles, with the most apparent being the stamina system used to sprint, climb, swim and glide. Breath of the Wild's stamina system is great. It takes simple traversal related activities and adds a small layer of player involvement to turn something that is usually automatic into something more engaging. When you climb, you aren't just pushing forward on an analog stick and waiting. Instead, you're actively managing your stamina meter, looking ahead to judge distances and making decisions based on your surroundings. And Genshin Impact copies this system almost one for one. But I don't see that as a problem. Good gameplay systems should be copied, and there's more to both of these games than a stamina meter. There are a few other similarities. The worst to me is how similar Genshin's Hilichurls are to Breath of the Wild's Bokoblins. It's not grounds for a lawsuit or anything, but it does feel creatively bankrupt. Still, that's one small part of two very large games, and the list of ways in which these games are different is almost endless. And some of the other similarities people have pointed out feel like a stretch. Like, yeah, both games do have green grass and blue skies, but so does something else. The Windows XP wallpaper. All these games ripping this off is frankly outrageous, but that's hardly Genshin Impact's fault. Both games do focus on exploration though, and both also make the world itself and the way you traverse and interact with it the main focus of that exploration, but if anything, this kind of exploration-based experience almost feels like it could be its own genre. What I'm saying is, I want more games like this, not less. And despite the focus on exploration, there are still ways these games do exploration differently. Like how Breath of the Wild is a deeply intrinsically driven experience, whereas Genshin Impact is almost as densely packed with progression systems as its world is with chests. Really, Breath of the Wild is a great game, and it makes sense that parts of its design would influence future games, and while the influence it's had on Genshin Impact does seem clear, after spending a lot of time with this game, it's impossible for me not to see Genshin as wholly its own thing. So, when it comes to similarities with Zelda, it doesn't seem like a problem to me, but there are other problems, some of which come from the progression-packed, extrinsically driven design. Like how there are so many currencies, items, and unlockables in this game that it can frequently feel overwhelming, and the early game is absolutely choked with pop-ups, tutorial menus, and little red exclamation marks telling you to check something in this particular menu that seem to always start reappearing the instant you get rid of them all. Even the extra rewards get annoying, as your early hours are a frenzy of achievements, adventure ranks, and handbook rewards that end up acting a bit like mini barriers standing in the way of actually playing the game. This is made worse by the way that none of the many different currencies and items you pick up have any meaning to you early on, except possibly Primogens, because for the others you won't have interacted much with the actual progression systems they're used in. Someone watching me play in my early days expressed shock that I was leaving behind items dropped by monsters. "I have enough goblin droppings," I said. "Why would I need to waste time picking up even more?" With the knowledge I have now, I understand this person's shock, and on my personal list of the most ignorant things I have ever said in my entire life, I rank my disregard of goblin droppings as a solid 4th highest of all time.
Damn.
That's pretty high. Eventually, the way in which almost every item in this world plays at least some role in your future progression is something that could be considered a positive, at least to the right kind of player, but the way the game handles this certainly doesn't benefit the early game experience. In your blissfully ignorant early game adventures, you'll also start getting to grips with the combat. Genshin Impact has a similar battle system to many other action JRPGs, except where most games have the player controlling a single character with AI-controlled teammates, Genshin instead allows you to directly control all 4 of your party members, which you do by quick swapping between them with only one character on the battlefield at a time. With only one attack, one skill, and one ultimate ability per character, plus a universal dodge, each avatar can feel simplistic to control when considered as a single entity, but it's through your ability to freely swap between characters that combat is given depth, as you're forced to manage multiple cooldowns while setting up synergies between characters. This mostly happens through the elemental system. Every character belongs to one of 6 elements: fire, water, ice, electric, rock, and wind, plus an unreleased 7th element, but we don't talk about that. Never talk about that. Character special attacks will apply an elemental status to enemies on hit, which produces an elemental interaction when the next element is applied. These elemental interactions are generally what you'd expect, and most just boil down to first element plus second element equals more damage, except for water and ice, which freezes enemies, and rock and anything, which gives you a shield. Elemental interactions also apply to the environment, and can be applied to you too by enemies, as you'll quickly be reminded every time you come into contact with ice and water at the same time. The elemental system isn't deep, but combining elemental statuses feels satisfying and basically means every single character in the game can perform some kind of combo with every other character. Making these combos produce large numbers through specific elemental interactions, alongside specific character skills and builds, is really where combat comes into its own, but you probably won't realise this until much later. Still, the novelty of elemental interactions alongside solid animations and visuals means killing enemies is enjoyable enough that the interruption to exploration it creates feels easily forgivable. More so than the story, at least. Genshin's narrative is frequently slow-paced with long stretches of dialogue, often involving unimportant NPCs who have a tendency to give out unimportant tasks, and foolishly, there's also no way for players to skip entire conversations. In the first multi-hour chapter, you're introduced to Mondstadt, the City of Freedom, which is having trouble with a misunderstood dragon. Here you start to befriend Genshin's large cast of characters, but it's not until the introduction of Venti that the story starts to find its footing. This carefree bard is soon revealed to be the 1,000-year-old god of wind that everyone here supposedly worships, although no one actually realizes this, even after he tells them. Venti is a reluctant deity who seems to care little for the duties of divinity. Instead, his interests are more focused on music and alcohol, which he has trouble getting his hands on due to his youthful appearance. His outwardly free-spirited playfulness is tempered with occasional moments of introspective wisdom, and his similar status of outsider to Mondstadt makes his newfound friendship with the player's character feel easy to believe in. If any of that sounds a little anime, well, it is, and that's as much a positive as negative. Still, moments with Venti succeed where other early quests and plotlines might not, because Venti brings personality, and it's in this type of character-focused moment where Genshin Impact's narrative is at its best. That said, the overarching plotline of the dragon does feel rather uninspired, but there's more to Genshin Impact than story, characters, combat, or even exploration, as I eventually found out. The world isn't a great place. I mean, I'm sorry if you like it here, but it's true. There are problems, and I think we all know this. Still, it's not just the world, it's us too. I'm sure we're all doing our best, but clearly we make mistakes, or maybe our best just isn't good enough. What I'm saying is that things could be better, and yeah, they could be worse, but they could be better. And you could make something better, if you had that power. There's a genre of anime called isekai. The word translates to another world, which describes what happens to the protagonists in these stories, and this is a genre that's grown to be massively popular over the last 10 years. But isekai is more than a genre of anime. People just don't always realize it. I mean, 3 of the most important pieces of fantasy fiction ever created, Alice in Wonderland, The Chronicles of Narnia, and The Wizard of Oz, are classic isekai stories. Games have their fair share of isekai narratives too, including, but not limited to, Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, Ni no Kuni, the entire Digimon series, and in many ways, Pokemon. And I don't just mean the Mystery Dungeon series, which is literally an isekai, but also the mainline games, which are thematically isekais. It's just instead of being physically transported into another world, the main characters just come of age and are given a Pokemon, which becomes a thematic portal into another world, and the adventure then plays out exactly according to classic isekai tradition. The question of why isekai anime has become quite so popular is a mystery to some people, because this is a genre that quickly became saturated, and plenty of these shows have so many similarities that it can just seem like the same story being told in slightly different ways. But clearly there is something about this archetypal story that deeply appeals to people. There is, of course, a narrative advantage to having your main character be transported into another world, because their unfamiliarity with their new surroundings is relatable to the audience.
I do think that Log Horizon was one of the best isekai that never came out. Second was probably Sword Art Online, in my opinion.
And can be an easy way to set up comedy or drama, a bit like how amnesia is a narratively useful trope for storytellers. But really, I think the appeal of isekai runs deeper. These stories are often power fantasies, with relatable, easy to self-insert into main characters, which, when combined with their settings, make them almost unrivaled as a form of escapism. One of the reasons fantasy is so effective as a genre is because it transports us to other worlds more interesting than our own, but isekais take this thematically appealing idea and then render it more directly, while often creating worlds and scenarios that play into our real-life fantasies, of being important, living out adventure, and having multiple cute anime girls fall in love with you. Isekai anime took the dreams of anime watchers and then allowed for deliberately relatable anime protagonists to live them out on screen. I feel I should point out here, for anyone not familiar with the genre, that most of the protagonists in these shows are super powerful in these worlds as a direct result of their real-world elite gamer skills. Hopefully that speaks for itself. I've long believed that this is the reason Pokemon is the largest franchise in the world. It's not because of story, gameplay, graphics, or monetization. It's because the concept behind this franchise has such deep appeal at allowing people to step into another world that people want to step into, that this concept alone can sell the exact same game to the exact same people again and again, while maintaining their complete satisfaction. For years, I have thought that Pokemon is the almost objectively correct answer to the common hypothetical of, if you could live in any video game world, which would it be? And that this is what has driven its continuous astronomical levels of success. But I'm not so sure the answer to that hypothetical is as clear-cut anymore.
This has gone far away from the
What I'm saying with this dangerously lengthy off-topic tangent is that Genshin Impact is an isekai game, and that I think it might be one of the greatest isekai games ever made. Genshin released with two large regions, Mondstadt and Liyue. If Mondstadt is an idyllic fantasy take on a quaint medieval Europe, complete with timber-framed buildings, knightly orders and aristocratic nobility, Liyue would be the idyllic fantasy take on a proud medieval China. Funnily enough, I didn't even know Liyue existed when I started this game. What trailers and footage I had seen had focused exclusively on Mondstadt, and my discovery of another entire landmass to explore was a very welcome one, but it was within this new region that the entire Genshin experience finally started to connect to me beyond just offering enjoyment through exploring. Liyue is better than Mondstadt in every meaningful way. The story still suffers from slow pacing with unimportant NPCs giving out unimportant tasks, but the city of Liyue has a much stronger sense of culture. The story here has a heavy focus on the Chinese concepts of guanqi, meaning relations between people, particularly those relating to business, and renqin, which are acts of kindness, honour, or duty. This is exemplified by the region's deity, Rex Lapis, the god of contracts and money, whose mysterious death after a prosperous 1,000-year reign has now plunged the city into political turmoil, and you really get a sense of this region's more unique and original culture through this story. Some parts still drag, but overall it's a step up from what comes before it. And the environmental exploration makes even bigger improvements, in part because of a slight decrease in density and increase in complexity of the many findable things, but also because the environments themselves are just more interesting. Golden trees, azure waters, and towering stone pillars litter the Liyue landscapes, offering breathtaking views aplenty. But it was when I first scaled the Qinyuan peaks that I realised that this world, and this game, has a quality much greater than the sum of its parts. It was here, as I sat amongst the clouds just listening to the soundtrack while the sun welcomed a new day, that this quality really became clear to me. There is one word that I think accurately describes Genshin Impact's world: idyllic. Fair warning, I'm about to use this word many times in the rest of this section. I might even use the word idyllicism. That's not actually a word, but I'll probably use it anyway, because my god, does this game just exude absolute pure idyllicism. You hear it in the soundtrack, see it in the landscapes, and feel it in the character interactions, and it's with you everywhere you go. It's in the precise hues of the colour palette, the reward-filled expanse of the overworld, the specific flavours of seasonal events, and the smaller details like how you receive letters on each character's birthday, where they tell you how much you mean to them. You may not have seen these characters in months, but it doesn't matter. Your friendship is as strong as ever, and it always will be. They love you. They'll always love you. I don't know how much objective value this feeling of idyllicism has. I don't know how you could compare it to more commonly compared attributes like narrative or gameplay. I do know that whenever I hear the music for this particular region, I'm struck by a strong sense of nostalgia. A lot of video game music fills me with nostalgia, but it's always music that I first heard years ago, the music from my childhood. I first explored Liyue a few months ago, and I already feel deeply nostalgic for that time. There have been days where, after logging into this game for mechanical or progression-related reasons, but I delayed the act of logging off, out of a desire to spend a few more minutes with this world. With lunch breaks almost over, real-life workloads mounting, and all the many pressures of life weighing heavy on my shoulders, I have cherished the serene beauty of this world and let its relaxing atmosphere flow through me. Genshin Impact can be as idyllic as any game I have ever experienced, and that means something. At least it did to me. And it's through this clear desire to create the ideal that the story finally starts to make sense. Like with many isekai and many games, there is a power fantasy dynamic to your character's relationship with this world. Where other characters in Genshin Impact have one or no elemental affinities, you have the potential to have many. Your main objective of finding your missing twin becomes an excuse to travel the world, befriending its inhabitants along the way as you fix the world's biggest problems. You are restoring these places to the idyllic way they were always meant to be, and the characters you meet quickly become your friends and confide in you their dreams and desires with the absolute sincerity that only an anime character can truly possess. Ayaka recently told me that she's never had any real friends, due to the pressure of a highborn life imposed upon her from an early age, leaving her distant from family and peers. I told her I would be her friend. She responded by saying this. This couldn't happen in real life. It would be, at best, incredibly awkward, and at worst, worse. But in Genshin Impact, it isn't. It feels natural because the entire game is this sincere, and all these characters are similarly idealized. Later that day, I went to a festival with Ayaka, which revealed how important she is to the people of Inazuma, even if she hadn't realized this until now. At the end of this, she told me she wanted to go to a festival again. I told her I did too. Then we talked about our families, and she danced for me beneath the moonlit sky. She told me she would always be there for me. Except that's a lie. You won't be there for me because I haven't actually paid to unlock you. And that's the problem with the idyllic. It never fucking lasts. I once asked a Discord server full of what can only be described as gacha enthusiasts why they like these games so much. The first and most common answer was one word: waifus. Waifu is a term so common in the internet lexicon of today that I'm not sure I need to explain it. But while I and others may know what waifus are, I've never been quite as sure why waifus are. For long have I pondered this question. I feel intrinsically that of all the questions of the universe, this is one that truly matters. To this end, I have done what all great minds do when faced with a question to which they know not the answer. I tried to see if anyone else had a good answer I could borrow. So I searched in academic journals, but alas, my search proved not to be a fruitful one. I checked Google Scholar, but did not find any results. I even went back to basics, starting where all should start when chasing life's greatest mysteries, but this time the Greeks did not have the answer. Clearly, academics, scientists, philosophers, and other great minds are just as lost about this phenomenon as I am. All I can conclude is that maybe the simplest answer is the best one. That people just like characters, and you can take away the anime veneer and that phenomenon doesn't go away. Fan fiction, cosplay, mascots, comfort characters, celebrity worship, the entire way we choose to present most fictional stories, our like for characters can be seen everywhere in our lives. Waifu is just the natural human enjoyment of characters in anime form, with a heavy side of self-aware, often self-deprecating irony from a community that has found pleasure in embracing the over-the-top nature of their enjoyment of a character, so as to be able to express that enjoyment openly while partaking in a community-based meta-humour surrounding the situation. And when considered that way, it doesn't sound weird at all. At least no more weird than most things that have grown from internet subcultures. I don't have a waifu. I've never had a waifu, but my channel icon is a picture of the magnificent Porco Rosso from the Magnificent Porco Rosso. There's no real reason for this. There is no connection between this character and my channel. There's no meaning I'm trying to signify. Actually, I deliberately chose this image because it's not very clear what it is. I wanted to have Porco Rosso as my channel icon without people necessarily realizing that's what it is, precisely because I didn't want to give this decision more meaning than I meant it to have. Really, I just like this character. Maybe Porco Rosso is my waifu. And I don't even like pigs, or anthropomorphized characters, or Italians. That's not true. I have nothing against pigs. I mean, they taste delicious. But while I don't feel a need to own a Porco Rosso Macro that I take out to dinner every Sunday, I do like this character. We all like certain characters. It's human. It was probably hardwired into our brains over the course of our evolution to prevent us from going extinct. Some of us like characters in real life too. We call them friends. We form attachments to people, whether they're fictional or not, and certain characteristics might make us form stronger attachments, like whether their personalities display idealized virtues, or whether we find them cute. And there's nothing wrong with any of this, it's just a part of the human condition. So perhaps it was only a matter of time until something came along to prey on this through direct monetization that combines our human love of characters with addictive luck-based gambling. Here's how that works in Genshin Impact. This is a free-to-play game. There is a currency called Primogems. This is awarded to players for exploring the world, completing quests, and participating in events, among other things. You can also buy Primogems with money, either through a reasonably priced monthly pass, called the Blessing of the Welkin Moon, or just directly, which happens to be less reasonably priced. Primogems are used to roll for characters. In game, this is called wishing, and in other gacha games, this is sometimes called pulling or summoning, but it's always a similar activity. Each wish has a chance to give a weapon or character. In Genshin, this can be 3-star, 4-star or 5-star, with higher being better. As this is a Chinese game, it means that by law, the exact probability of what you can get has to be included in game for people to see. And from this, we know that each wish has a base rate of 0.6% to be a 5-star and 5.1% for a 4-star, with every other wish being a 3-star weapon, which can just be considered unimportant trash. In addition to the base rate, there is a pity system, which means that after a certain number of wishes without winning a higher rate item, the probability will increase until it's 100%. This means that because of pity, you are guaranteed at least one 4-star every 10 wishes and one 5-star every 90 wishes, and this means the average probability of receiving a 4-star each wish ends up being 13%, with 5 stars being 1.6%. This comes to an average of one 5-star every 62.5 wishes, and I'm sorry if this seems like a lot of information to take in, but we are far from done. Each wish costs 160 Primogems. Therefore, the average cost in Primogems for one 4-star is 1,230.77, and for a 5-star, it's 10,000. The monthly pass costs $5 and gives 3,000 Primogems, spread out over 30 days. Through this, we could propose a Primogen value per dollar, which would be 600, meaning the average cost per 4-star is $2, and per 5-star it's $16.7. However, and there will be many howevers, so prepare yourself. However, the monthly pass gives a set amount of Primogens, and you can only buy one pass per month. If you wanted more Primogens, you'd need to buy them directly, where the exact cost can vary, and there are first-time buyer bonuses, but excluding the first-time bonus, the best rate would be $100 for 8,080 Primogems. This gives us a Primogen per dollar value of 80.8, which is considerably less than 600. Our average cost per 4-star with this value is $15.2, and per 5-star is $123.8. So these are our average costs. However, these are the costs per 4 or 5-star, not the cost of specific 4 or 5 stars. So, how do you get a specific character in Genshin Impact? Well, there are 3 different banners you can wish on: a standard banner, a featured weapon banner, and a featured character banner. The standard banner is always the same and contains every 4-star, but only 6 5-star characters out of a total of 16, and that total is increasing with each update. For these other 5-star characters, they appear one at a time on the featured character banner. Whenever you get a character on the featured banner, it has a 50% chance to be the featured character, although anytime you don't get a featured character on that banner, the rate of getting the featured character will increase to 100%, meaning next time it's guaranteed. This means the exact chance to get a featured character in a sample size greater than 1 is... I have no idea. I tried to find out, I really did. All I wanted to know was the average price per specific character after the first 50-50. So I tried to work it out and got lost, and Then I started writing down lots of A's and B's, where A is success, to try to find a pattern. It looked like this, and I got nowhere. I just don't understand this type of probability. I can't find the way to get the number I need. So this is me giving up. Writing this right now is my official surrender. If you are an expert on conditional probability, please send help. I need it on the 31st of July at 7:21 p.m. Obviously, you would need a time machine, but I'm assuming if you understand this shit, the time machine won't be a problem. Let's just move on, and no, but however disappointed you are in me, I am more disappointed in myself. But I blame Gacha for my failing. Trying to work out the average cost of a common scenario doesn't make sense to me, and I tried more than I'd like to admit to try to force this to make sense. However, this failure says something. It says understanding the costs involved in this system is too fucking complicated for a normal person. However, we're still not done, because even with the added unknown cost to get a specific 5-star rather than just any 5-star, the costs can still potentially be higher because of constellations. Constellations are small bonuses for each character that are unlocked by getting duplicate versions of that character. There are a total of 6 constellations per character, so you need to get a character 7 times to get everything. Weapons have a similar system, by the way, and it's kind of worse. Anyway, right here is where I wanted to multiply my average cost per specific character by 7 to make a really shockingly large number. I can't do that though, so instead here is a calculation by YouTuber 1010, who wrote a script to do the calculations for him that sure looks pretty legit. And he makes the Primogen cost for a 6 constellation 5-star to be 117,120, which comes to about $1,460 using the most likely payment method. New 5-star characters release at a rate of 1 or 2 every 6 weeks, which would mean about 13 characters per year, so there'd be a yearly cost of around $18,890 to get every new 5-star character with all constellations, and that's without even considering weapons. Hopefully, this is a number that speaks for itself. Gacha, bad. The end. Except it's not. There are many things to say about this system, far too many for me to be able to realistically say them all, so now instead of trying to give exact figures and explain every system as I go, I'll instead transition to speaking in generalities and skipping to conclusions. You can play Genshin Impact without spending a penny, and the experience is still very good. You get 6 4-star characters for free early on, not including your main character, and you'll get many others very quickly by just playing the game. You only need a party of 4, so you will still get plenty of choice, and in time you'll also get some 5-stars. I haven't spent any money whatsoever on wishes, and I have 5 5-stars, 3 characters and 2 weapons, plus enough currency saved up to get around 2 more when I spend it. And I have never received a 5-star outside of pity, meaning this is with below average luck. I've been playing this game for around 5 months, so I've received over 1 5-star per month, and while that rate will decrease now I've completed all quests and exploration, it won't decrease by that much if I kept playing due to dailies, events and new content. So even as free to play, you'll get plenty of characters, including 5-stars. The actual difference between a 5-star and a 4-star character is also not that large, and constellations are even less important. There is no reason why you actually need 5-star characters to enjoy this game, or beat all content, let alone specific 5-stars, and you in no way need every 5-star or any constellations. Of course, spending money would make the game easier, but not by a large amount, and if you did ever find the game too hard, you can, at any time, decrease the world difficulty level which is akin to turning the difficulty down one notch, and that problem would then be solved. There's only one piece of content in this game that could be considered genuinely difficult and could make people feel like they need to spend money for gameplay related reasons, and that's the Spiral Abyss. We'll talk about that later, but for now, just know that it's not really that important. However, people do spend money on characters regardless of whether they need to, and some people will spend a lot, in part because the act of rolling for characters is fun. Gambling is fun, and rolling for characters is basically gambling. Gambling is bad in much the same way that alcohol is bad, which is to say that it can sometimes be incredibly destructive, or just slightly destructive, but it doesn't have to be, and many people enjoy it anyway. I'm not going to argue the morality of gambling, but just like with loot boxes in Western games, it feels important to at least call it what it is, and if you are someone with an addictive personality or just poor financial control, you really may want to simply avoid Genshin and every other gacha game for this reason. Still, I wouldn't actually consider Genshin Impact pay to win, because there's no way to win. There is no competitive side to this game, no PvP, no real multiplayer, no leaderboards. At best, you are paying to make the game slightly easier, but I imagine most people who spend money in this game are doing it simply because they want to own certain characters. This makes sense. We are a species that likes characters, and if you like one of these characters and like the game, you probably want to own that character in-game. If you don't carefully budget the Primogems you get for free, your only option here may be spending real-life money or missing out, as character banners only run for a limited amount of time, adding a further level of exclusivity that adds more pressure on players and their wallets. The important thing to understand about this system of monetization is that it is designed to prey on people, just probably not you. And I say that for purely statistical reasons. Because many free-to-play monetization methods are designed around the principle that it's more effective to convince a small number of people to spend a large amount of money than it is to make many people spend a little bit of money. I.e., if only 1% of the player base spends money on your game, that can be better than having 100% of people spend money, as long as the 1% spend enough. Genshin Impact is no exception in this regard, and this is where those aquatic mammals mentioned earlier come in. The constellation system, which rewards you for getting the same character multiple times, can be outrageously expensive. A system like this is clear whale bait. It exists to be ignored by the majority of players while convincing the big spenders to spend big. Nobody needs constellations for 5-star characters, but some people will want them, and that's all it takes. And even if you ignore constellations, some people still want more characters than they can afford, and then there are also the specific quirks of the weapon banner, and so there are ways this game has been designed to be convincing when it comes to persuading players to part with their money. I mean, the fact that some things, like 5-star constellations, are so expensive is probably also designed to make other things look reasonably priced by comparison. This is probably why the monthly pass is so much better value than buying Primogems up front, because some people will buy Primogems regardless of how bad value they are, while others will then feel like they're getting a good deal by comparison for sticking to the reasonably priced monthly pass. And it's also why there are so many different currencies in this game. It's to obscure the actual monetary value involved. It's all one big cleverly designed system built for making money, and the data shows it works. There are different ways you can respond to this. You might say people should be free to spend their money on whatever they want because it's their money and what they do with it is up to them. And it is true that people should be responsible for their own money, but that doesn't mean a system that preys on people's irresponsibility is good. You might also say, what's the problem with tricking the rich to spend lots of money? I mean, in a way, isn't this just making the rich fund the game for those less well off? But it's naive to believe that everyone who spends large amounts of money on gacha is rich. I don't have any evidence I can show you to prove this, but I can assure you it's not the case, and there are at least some people spending money they don't have on these types of games. Then there are the ways in which the gacha system negatively impacts the rest of the experience. The most obvious of which is that it limits the amount of characters you get, and in general, more characters should mean more fun, while also restricting which characters you can get due to limited duration banners. The second most obvious thing is that failing to win characters based on random chance can be disappointing. This isn't a huge problem in Genshin Impact due to the pity system, but the 50-50 chance to get the featured character can lead to disappointment and frustration. Beyond these two reasons, the gacha system can also lead to annoying time gating for progression systems, and it means that characters joining your party often makes little sense narratively, as by rolling you end up with characters who you've never even met joining you, which is rather immersion breaking when you do meet them 20 hours later. But it wasn't any of these reasons why I most disliked the gacha system. For me, the biggest problem was how it clashed with the thing I loved the most, the idyllicism, and yes, I am still using this made-up word, because it doesn't feel made up to me. When Ayaka danced for me in the moonlight, I felt the hairs on my arm stand up slightly. As the culmination to this character's questline, it was a moving moment, but immediately afterwards I thought to myself how clearly this questline has been designed to try to part players from their money by making people want to roll for this new character. And so all the emotion this questline carried was tainted by a vague sense of manipulation. Genshin Impact can be so idyllic, and I love that quality, but gacha is anything but, in the same way that no one would call a slot machine idyllic, no matter how fun you might find it to be. And there are few things more cynical and anti-idyllic than preying on people's love for characters to maximise profits. So, I wouldn't exactly say I'm a fan of gacha, but before I played this game, gacha was something I genuinely hated, and that, at least, has changed. Gacha has its problems, and a lot of them are quite obvious, but through playing this game I realised that this type of monetization isn't as one-sided as I once thought. So, let me present the other side of the argument. In the West, we pay for games up front, it's how it's always been, but in China that isn't the case. Years of restrictive legislation meant gaming consoles were banned for years, and so free-to-play games became the norm, and it's a norm certain people like. The Western way isn't better just because that's what we're more used to, and there's an inclusivity to free-to-play games that can often be undervalued. Some people can't afford $60 or $70 for a new game, particularly in a country with high wealth inequality, and it's easy for people in the West to forget just how high this value can be to others who might be less fortunate. Free-to-play doesn't exclude these people, and in free-to-play models, what you pay really is a choice. I mean, if you don't enjoy the game, there's no reason to pay anything. In this system, no one can be misled by deceptive marketing or hype into buying a product that doesn't live up to players' expectations. Instead, you play the game first and then decide whether you want to financially support it based on your experience with it. I still prefer to pay upfront for a video game, it's what I'm used to, but I don't think the situation is black and white, and how a monetization system is handled seems far more important than what type of monetization system it is. And as for gacha itself, sure, it does involve a system that's basically gambling, but this isn't exclusive to gacha. Loot boxes are the same, but so are opening packs of cards in something like Hearthstone, Magic the Gathering, or Pokemon. When I was young, I opened many a pack of Pokemon cards, and it's the same thing. There's even whale bait by way of shiny cards. You don't need them, but people sure wanted them, and they don't exist to improve the game, they exist to make you want to spend more money by tapping into the value of exclusivity while delivering extra dopamine when opening packs. And Pokemon cards are aimed directly at children, even if they were co-opted by YouTubers with too much money on their hands many years later. Anyway, if gacha is a type of gambling, then this isn't something unique to gacha. In fact, even outside of loot boxes and card games, Many games deliberately utilize the dopamine rush that comes from getting lucky to make an experience that's more addictive. This is a large part of the appeal of loot-based games like Diablo and World of Warcraft, but it's also a part of games like Team Fortress and Counter-Strike, where luck-based items can even have real monetary value. And if gacha is gambling, it is at least a less extreme form than traditional gambling because there's no potential to win money, which is what creates situations where people who have lost money have a greater incentive to keep going to try to win back their losses. This is one of the main things that makes gambling dangerous and leads people to being addicted, and this at least doesn't happen in Genshin Impact or other gacha games. Then there are the positive qualities of gacha itself, because whether you like it or not, this genre is popular with many people, and it's not because their entire player bases are compromised of gambling addicts and innocent fools brainwashed by cute anime girls. Of course, there are positive qualities of these games that can be found in many games, including story, character designs, music, and gameplay, but there are things the gacha system creates which aren't common in other games, such as the sense of progression, the sense of value, and the community. The very first character I received from rolling in Genshin Impact was Bennett. A more experienced Genshin player was watching over my shoulder as this happened, and immediately told me this character, the first I'd got, the only non-free-to-play character I had, was terrible. Worst character in the game may have been a phrase that was used, but Bennett was my character. I resolved then to spite.
Wait, a veteran player told him that Bennett was trash 5 months ago. How is that even possible?
This person and the gacha gods by using Bennett for the rest of my Genshin Impact playing life. Worst character, you say? That just means he is the best at being bad. To this day, I have used many characters, and the exact lineups of my party has changed like the weather, but Bennett has never been removed. He is the one constant, the only constant, in my time with this game. And the greatest part of all was Bennett is not the worst character in the game. That was a lie, told to try to take advantage of my then ignorance to trick me into thinking I'd been unlucky. Bennett is actually amazing. He brings lots of healing, plus a noticeable damage boost through his ultimate, and the way his healing scales means you can still build for damage without sacrificing much healing. And his fire affinity makes him fit into almost any party effortlessly. He basically has it all. Well, except for an interesting story. Actually, he doesn't even have a real story, he's not important enough. He also has a rather boring character design. Kind of an annoying personality too, now that I think about it, but none of that ever mattered to me. Bennett was my character, and that was all it took to make him the best character. Sorry, Ayaka, you can dance all night long. My loyalty will always be with my boy, Ben. I have a certain level of attachment to most of the characters I use, and it's because characters are not given freely that I have come to appreciate them. I never would have formed an attachment to Bennett if he was just one of many characters I had available shortly after starting the game. But it's not just attachment that this acquisition method creates. My most played single-player game in the last couple years is Slay the Spire. It's a roguelite deck-building card game that's heavily skill-based, but the skill involved isn't really about the core gameplay. Most battles are quite straightforward. Instead, the skill comes from a series of small choices you make about which card to add to your deck after each fight. You need to understand the inherent value of cards to add the best ones, but even more than that, you need to understand the specific value these cards have relative to your current situation. In a traditional card game, you can build an exact deck where you choose every card in it and everything perfectly synergizes together. But you can never do this in Slay the Spire. Instead, every single run is about learning to make do with what you're given, and that's why this game is so fun despite its relatively simple gameplay and structure. Slay the Spire was not a game I expected Genshin Impact to remind me of, but it did. Gacha games are a bit like a really ridiculously long single run in a roguelike game, and if you don't learn to make do with what you're given, you won't be as successful. If there is one important skill in Genshin Impact, it's not anything to do with combat. Sure, combat does have some skill-based factors, particularly with knowing enemy attacks and avoiding them, and understanding and executing specific combos, but if you want skill-based action gameplay, you should look elsewhere. Instead, the real skill of Genshin Impact is resource management. There are many progression systems and you're always limited in what you have, whether that's characters, weapons, gold, energy, or time. In the face of such regular limitations, you're forced to constantly prioritize. Do you want to level this character or that one? Will rolling for this new character help you out, or is it better to wait for the next one? Are those last few expensive levels you could increase actually worth it? Should you spend resin on talent or artifacts or something else? You can pay money to help with these limitations, which is particularly true in the case of a second monthly pass called the Battle Pass, which costs $10 for 6 weeks, and is another way this game tries to persuade you to spend money even when it's not actually needed. But no matter how much money you spend, you can never remove the limitations. In fact, the more characters you have, the harder it can be to level them up or make the right decisions, particularly if you're constantly getting new characters which are replacing old characters you have already invested resources into. In this way, paying money can actually put players at a disadvantage if you aren't skillful enough at resource management. You could even say Genshin Impact is pay to lose. Most people would think that's a stupid thing to say, but it's not stupid to me. It's like how the bigger your house is, the more expensive its upkeep becomes. Sometimes less is more. Roguelites get much of their enjoyment from creating variables outside the player's control that players are then forced to react to. Gacha games share this quality, and just as I received many hours of enjoyment from trying to make do with what I was given in Slay the Spire, so too did I take a certain level of enjoyment from deciding how best to spend my resources in Genshin Impact. By making the right decisions, I felt like I was mastering these progression systems, and this is something players have to work out for themselves. You can go look up guides online about which are the best characters or strongest parties, and there are many videos and tier lists that try to provide this information, but you can't just copy these guides because you won't have exactly what's needed to do so. Instead, you're basically forced to work with what you have. For example, I once got a 5-star bow from the standard banner. This could be considered lucky, but I considered it unlucky because it was my first 5-star and I wanted a character. Still, sometimes you have to make your own luck. So, in response, I made the first 5-star character I focused on rolling for a bow user. This character isn't considered very strong for a 5-star, but I had a good weapon for them, plus other characters leveled up who would synergize well with them, plus a need for a water affinity character. This is me saying I chose Tartaglia over Hu Tao, and I consider this the right decision. I did get a 5-star spear too, actually, and Hu Tao is considered one of the very best characters in the game, so maybe it actually wasn't the right decision, but it was the right decision at the time. And I would never want Hu Tao over Tartaglia because Tartaglia is mine and I care for my characters. Gacha can be fun for reasons that have nothing to do with the enjoyment of gambling. There is a skill involved in these gacha games that isn't seen in many others and isn't obvious to those who haven't spent an extended period of time with them. But that's not all, because just as the variability of the genre can create interesting decisions, so too can it create a strong sense of community. As everyone's journey is slightly different, it makes people want to talk about their experiences and take an interest in other people's. People become invested in what characters other people get. Rolling for characters feels like an event, one that you want to share. And as progression is complicated and decisions related to it aren't obvious, it means knowledge from an experienced player can be invaluable, which provides a heavy incentive to talk to people about the game. And people do. In 2019, Fate Grand Order was the most talked about game on Twitter for the second year in a row, beating out games with much larger player bases like Minecraft or Fortnite. And since Genshin Impact released, it has taken that crown. These games have large active communities, and that sense of community elevates the experience. This might even be true for people who don't care about talking to others, because a strong community still has benefits, like how it leads to lots of content being created for these games. A lot of hentai. It means there is a lot of hentai for these games. At least that's what I've been told while researching this subject. And lastly, through the gacha system, these games are continually updated.
Right.
This means not only is there a constant stream of new content with an ever-advancing story, but also that your time spent making progress in these games has a sense of long-term value. You aren't just grinding to get an item in a game that you'll complete in a few days and never play again. Everything you're doing instead has long-term benefit, providing you keep playing the game. I think this is one of the main reasons MMOs are popular. I've heard many MMO players say they can't enjoy single-player games anymore because single-player games feel pointless to them by comparison. Depending on your perspective, this might sound strange, but this attitude might be more common than you'd expect, and gacha games are another genre where this isn't the case, which usually also offer a lower barrier of entry than MMOs in terms of time required and intensity of gameplay. There is an audience for gacha games, and while it may not be you, that doesn't mean the reasons why people enjoy these games aren't valid for them. There may be victims from this system, but these games don't have entire player bases of victims. People who like these games aren't being psychologically held captive against their will, just waiting for a brave, valiant YouTuber to come along and reveal how evil this genre really is. Few things in life are that black and white, gacha included. So, where does this leave Genshin? Before playing Genshin Impact, I thought gacha was evil. Not in a despotic dictator committing war crimes kind of way, but in a casual, more insidious manner. I thought these games were a corrupting force within the industry that had the potential to cause great harm to their player bases, and Genshin Impact would be the worst of all in how it sought to bridge the gap towards traditional single-player games while exposing entirely new audiences to these corrupting practices. I don't believe this to be true anymore, however, and there should be an obvious lesson here, which is to be careful about what conclusions you draw about that which you don't really understand. Genshin Impact is a good game. It has some of the most enjoyable exploration I've ever experienced, and a sky-high level of polish that stretches across its many hours of game time. Its world is beautiful, and the idyllic atmosphere it creates is unrivaled. One of the most important questions I had when playing and then later evaluating this game was whether Genshin Impact would be a better game without the gacha elements. I've argued so far that gacha isn't black and white and that there are positives and negatives to this system, but yeah, no shit, there are always two sides to every story, and that doesn't mean one side isn't more correct. So, would Genshin Impact be a better game without the gacha? Well, yeah, there is at least the potential for the talent behind this game to have created something better if they didn't include any gacha elements. But it may not have been easy to do this without losing some of Genshin's positive qualities, and the game it would result in may not have been as enjoyable to the audience who currently enjoys it. And it wouldn't make as much money. And the subject of money does matter. miHoYo began as 3 students at university who just liked anime and games and wanted to make their own. They now employ over 2,400 people. Their first title was a simple 2D one-button game, and each subsequent title has been more ambitious than the last. The money they've made through each game has clearly been reinvested in the company, which has resulted in more games. This is where Genshin Impact came from. It's how a game of this level of quality was made possible by a largely unknown developer, and the money Genshin Impact makes might be used to make something even better in the future. It may also be reinvested back into Genshin Impact itself to create more high quality content for this game's player base. The most recent update is 2.0, which added the brand new region of Inazuma. It is fantastic, featuring some of the best open world content within the game and a much more engaging storyline than anything which preceded it. Inazuma has a different feeling than the last two regions. It's a storm in the night, dark and deadly, long stretches of somber rain that are interrupted by violent flashes of lightning. That sense of melancholy mixed with violence can be found in every part of this region's design. You feel it in the Civil War focused main story, in the surprisingly sad side quests, in the soundtrack, in the visuals of its environments that combine natural beauty with decay, and in the mechanical aspects of the exploration, where lightning acts as an unseen threat from the sky, and special zones damage you over time, forcing you to have to frequently find shelter. Even the weather here seems to be hunting you down, as if to tell you you're not welcome. Inazuma is a thematically cohesive experience that subverts the idyllicism of the rest of the game to create something new and dangerous. The main story also feels like it has finally matured. It still has the problem of too much time being wasted with uninteresting NPCs, particularly during its start, but after this you're introduced to the region's complicated political landscape, which the player is pulled into against their wishes, and before you know it, the story is moving along with real dramatic tension until it just stops. Inazuma is not finished. There are more regions to be released, and its story is only half told, but so far it's been a real improvement on the already good base game. There have been 7 major updates in the 10 or so months since Genshin Impact first released, which have continued the main story while adding 5 new areas to explore, with the next update promising another 2. Some players may still feel there should have been more content released for a game so wildly successful, but some players will always expect more, and what has been released has been high quality. I imagine Genshin will continue to be updated for a long time to come, and if this level of quality is maintained, it makes for another reason in the gacha system's favour. Money can be reinvested back into the game in a way that benefits all players. So, to draw any real conclusion about Genshin Impact, perhaps you have to admit that it will depend on the individual player. There are reasons someone might want to avoid this game. Some people don't wish to play games made in China due to the actions of the Chinese government. Some people don't want to play free-to-play games. Some people might just find anime tropes annoying. These are all valid reasons if that's your opinion. And there are, of course, people who, whether due to personal circumstances or individual psychology, are just more vulnerable to the negative aspects of this kind of monetization. And while I wouldn't suggest that such people shouldn't be free to do as they please with their money, it is important that all people are aware there is some level of risk here, as with other potentially dangerous things in life, like alcohol, unhealthy food, and other forms of gambling. And maybe this means there should be regulation for this type of game to make sure this risk is made clear for potential players, as we see with other potentially dangerous things. The irony here is that the people who are most vulnerable might be the same people who would most enjoy the game, up until the moment they don't. Gambling addicts start as people who enjoy gambling, and the more you like Genshin Impact, the more incentive you have to spend money on it. You also need to consider that for everything said in this video, I might be biased, because I am not that person. I don't have an addictive personality. I also don't enjoy gambling and never have, and I don't even enjoy collecting things. I much prefer to just appreciate what I have. I think I was like this even as a child. I remember I didn't want to collect all the Pokemon because why do I need them all when you only use 6? Collecting them for the sake of collecting them just seemed sad to 7-year-old me. I didn't want to trap these creatures in a pocket dimension of nothingness for eternity just to tick a box on a Pokédex. I guess this opinion on Pokemon wasn't normal for a child. If it was, they did not create a good slogan for that series. But if you wanted to catch them all, maybe you would have a different outlook on acquiring characters and spending money in Genshin Impact than I do. Still, the best way to think about Genshin Impact might be to think of it in terms of an investment. And this also brings me to the final and largest problem I have with this game. You could think of every game as an investment. You put in money and time and get out enjoyment. As you probably don't enjoy every game you play, some games will be bad investments, but where other games might ask for $60 and 15 hours of your time, Genshin Impact is potentially a much larger investment, meaning if that investment does turn bad, your loss could be much greater. The real problem with Genshin Impact then is that players might not realize it's a bad investment until they're already heavily invested. If you spend $1,460 to get a 6 constellation 5-star character, it might be fun in the moment when you're rolling, and you might get some enjoyment from using this character in game. But how many people would actually get $1,460 worth of enjoyment? My guess is almost none, because no matter how rich you might be, there are surely better things to spend that money on. But the gacha system misleads people into not realizing that this is a bad investment until it's too late. You could think about many other things in life in this way too, and I don't just mean those that involve money. For example, if you eat a lot of unhealthy food, you might enjoy it in the moment, but maybe your short-term enjoyment isn't worth the long-term negative health consequences. That unhealthy food might end up being a bad investment, even though it seemed like a good investment at the time it was entering your mouth. This is spending money in gacha games, and that's why you have to diversify your assets, understand your risk tolerance, and not spend $1,460 on a character in a video game. The thing is, up until now, this video has been largely focused on Genshin Impact as a financial investment. Is the enjoyment you get from Genshin Impact worth the money you put into it? Well, the answer to that is, if you're free to play, then yes. If you're a whale, then no. And if you're someone in between, then it depends. Simple. Except there's a second cost you need to consider. Time. And it's for this reason that I don't think Genshin Impact is a truly great game as it is currently, even if you are okay with the gacha elements. The exploration in this game is amazing, the story can be enjoyable, and the progression involves interesting systems and decision making. But there's no point to it. If this game has an endgame, all it involves is logging in to do a few daily quests and spending a resource called resin, which is basically an energy system that is used to gather progression-related resources. This takes about 15 minutes per day. I timed it multiple times to check, and through this you gain primogems and resources to upgrade your characters, but there's no reason you need upgraded characters. There is one piece of what could be considered endgame content, which is Spiral Abyss. This is basically a gauntlet-based challenge dungeon requiring 2 full parties of characters. It involves defeating different groups of enemies, takes 1 to 2 hours, resets twice a month, and rewards up to 600 primogems. For those who don't remember, 600 primogems has a dollar value of 1 based on the Welcome Pass conversion rate and 7.4 otherwise, but even if you have a weak group of characters, you'll probably still be able to get many of those 600 primogems, just not all of them. In the Abyss, the exact enemies change slightly over time, and there are different buffs and debuffs each reset to add some variety, but this is the only piece of challenging content in the game, and while it's fun to do a few times to have some type of content that tests how good your party really is, the Spiral Abyss alone doesn't feel like anywhere close to enough content to justify the time you might spend grinding to improve your characters. Grinding itself can sometimes be enjoyable, It can be fun to make progress and get stronger, but only because we expect there to be a worthwhile destination at the end of that journey. And in Genshin Impact, there isn't. MMOs also ask players to invest large amounts of time, often split over several days, for the promise of some future reward. This is usually enjoyment from dungeons and raids or PvP, or just better items. Sometimes you hear that these games don't get good until endgame, and this is used to forgive a boring early game. But if you were to compare the endgame in Genshin Impact to the endgame in any MMO, then Genshin would seem incredibly lacking. And yet, Genshin Impact still encourages you to log in every day to do your dailies and spend your resin doing repetitive tasks over and over again. After a while, this might not be enjoyable, and it therefore becomes a bad time investment. Even the grind itself has significant room for improvement. One of the most common things to spend resin on is domains, which give artifacts and items to upgrade talents and weapons. But every single time you do a certain domain, you fight the exact same waves of enemies. For the RNG-based artifact system, you may end up doing a single domain 10, 20, 50 times even, and each time the gameplay will be exactly the same. At the very least, if miHoYo expected players to do this content multiple times, they could have added multiple variations for each domain, so you don't always fight the exact same enemies. They could also add a unique buff and debuff which changes each week, similar to how it is in the Abyss, that would hopefully add a little bit of strategy into how you approach this content. And this is just one of many ways the grind could be improved. But as it is currently, it feels like almost nothing has been done to make the grind more interesting, and while this game has received plenty of content updates since release, this side has remained largely neglected the entire time. So, after you finish the story and exploration, grinding stops being an enjoyable part of Genshin Impact, and there's no reward for actually doing it by way of content outside of the Abyss, which isn't enough. But this may not be clear to people until you have already invested time into this side of the game, because the progression systems encourage you to keep improving your characters, and the energy system encourages you to use resin each day or risk losing it. You don't need to grind. New events, regions and story content will never be a high difficulty, at least they certainly haven't been so far, and if you do somehow fall behind, you can always lower the world level to accommodate this. But the game design encourages players to grind anyway, despite it not being enjoyable in the long run, probably because, just as with the gacha system, it makes more money to keep players logging in while trapping them in a never-ending progression treadmill that helps to make people feel like they need to play every day and get all the latest characters. As a single-player open-world game, Genshin Impact is great, but it's like there's a second half-finished game attached to it that tricks people into wasting their time, on top of the gacha system that tricks people into wasting their money. Which is why, despite in many ways loving this game, I am going to stop logging in outside of new events. Dailies and resin don't take up that much time, but doing them every day just isn't fun after a while. I know this. I've been here before in MMOs, and so I won't do it. I don't want to look back one day and regret wasting time on something that didn't matter and wasn't enjoyable. It's a bad time investment, and in the long run, forcing myself to stop doing this might actually be the best way to keep enjoying this game, which is something I do still intend to do. Because for all the problems mentioned in this video, all the potential negatives of the gacha system, and the pointlessness of the grind, I don't regret playing this game at all. At its very best, Genshin Impact is magical, and its promise of an idyllic world to escape into is unrivaled, even if that escape is, as always in life, only fleeting. Genshin Impact is sipping an ice-cold drink in the garden on a bright sunny day. It's the warm glow of the setting sun hovering over the city as you make your way home after work. It's the sound of birds singing outside your window on a Saturday morning as you spend an extra hour in bed. It's stopping to listen to the music that first time you climb above the clouds. And I don't mind overlooking all the negatives to keep enjoying that. gacha is quite possibly bad for you, just like many things in life are. So enjoy responsibly and don't get tricked into bad investments, because there will always be things that try to trick you. Speaking of which, I have a Patreon. It may not provide very good returns if you donate to it, but it might at least be a better investment than a 6 constellation 5-star character in Genshin Impact. Other than that, if the Chinese gaming industry sounds interesting, then boy do I have a video for you. Regardless though, thank you for watching my video. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you'll enjoy the next one too, whatever and whenever that may be.
That's enough for this game for today. We ended about halfway through this task and play it next time I have a day off.
Abyssosque.
Oh. $12.80. $156 out of 160. So I did log in a little early. Oh well.
Let's light it up! Teamwork is dreamwork! Higher, higher, inside fire!
Kind of annoying I did one phase at that time, but well. My ping just jumped till, Jesus Christ, jumped up 230 when I ended the fight. Damn. Oh, not bad. Not bad indeed. Goblin Shaman?
Everybody stand back! Go! Dodge over! But why do they never miss? That's gonna hurt in the morning. Let's light it up! I'm going in! By royal decree, I summon thee! Don't worry, I got this. Let's light it up! Teamwork is dreamwork! Odds reveal, T! Time to go!
Oh my god, why keep dodging my attacks?
Everybody stand back! By royal decree!
Did I finally get an animal goblet? Also, second dream solvent? Pretty nice. Oh. Is that my first animal goblet? It's not my first, but might be better than this one. I mean, that's just really good. Element Mastery isn't that bad on the Wanderer's hat, so... keep it for now.
Oh, crud. I jinxed it. Now it's bound to rain.
Alright, let's go kill Child. Whatever. $25,264 isn't. It's decent.
This opportunity is quite hard to come by. Well then, amuse me. Surrender is a valid option. I promise I'll be gentle. How unbecoming. Poor timing. Poor timing. Passable effort. Poor time. Passable effort. Poor time. You've made some progress. Guess I should take you more seriously. All you do is run.
Let the show begin.
My turn. Die here in your cut above.
Ooh. Upgrade for Barbara, maybe? Or maybe a goblet for Mona? Oh, that's Lamine. Is that the same one? Oh. It's one of them. Not the one I was thinking of.
Let's go somewhere cooler. One, two, breathe, breathe, more,
One with nature.
Fireworks are for
There
now,
are
but
leaves
friends
around.
are forever.
And I know
The brain cell's lost. Whatever. Damn it. Cutscene trope.
You dare overstep your mortal authority? The enraged earth
Alright.
will not absolve you!
Faster? Okay, faster.
Today, you witness your reckoning!
Guys. Like... Yeah.
Already?
Faster? Okay, faster.
Really? Already?
There is no atonement for 1,000-year pain! You stand upon your tomb, though you know it not.
It's a bit annoying that.
Experience an eon of suffering.
Opening paths in the dark light.
Adorn my night, one with nature.
Wow.
Did they forget how to attack? The finishing touch. Defense. Sage. Oh well. I always forget to do this first. No billet this week. Alright. What achievement did I got? Defeat Ajdaha without ever having gained a shield.
Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy,
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I've done that many times before, but it must have been a new update, 2.1. Ohio is strange with their achievement policing.
This realm is truly beginning to thrive. I can...
Oh, level 7 with Lisa. Nice. Oof. I'm what, like 30 off? Damn, that sucks. Oh well.
If you ever have any questions,
That's a bummer. Ooh, I need to text with Lisa. Buggers. What you got for me?
Oh, when did you arrive? I was completely lost in thought.
What you got for me, Lisa?
I'd quite like to invite you to afternoon tea. I can offer you sunsettia or rosebud tea. And as for snacks, what kind of cake do you like? You guessed correctly. There is nothing I can't create if I put my mind to it. It's just that most of the time, I don't find these sort of things to be worth all the extra effort. But you are special to me. I don't think about energy spent if it's for you. Perhaps instead of asking for your preferences, I should let it be a surprise instead. Oh my, remind me not to add too much sugar, because you, cutie, are sweet enough already. Seriously though, I need to start getting prepared. We can't have you underestimating me. Oh, when did you arrive? I was completely I'd quite like to invite you to afternoon tea. I can offer you sunsettia or rosebud tea. And as for snacks, what kind of cake do you like? You're so easygoing. It's so relaxing spending time with you. But for once, I do want to take the trouble to make something nice. There is nothing I can't create if I put my mind to it. It's just that most of the time, I don't find these sort of things to be worth all the extra effort. But you are special to me. I don't think about energy spent if it's for you. Perhaps instead of asking for your preferences, I should let it be a surprise instead. Oh my, remind me not to add too much sugar, because you, cutie, are sweet enough already. Seriously though, I need to start getting prepared. We can't have you underestimating me.
So it's the same, besides a few lines of dialogue. Alright. And there's nothing new in dialogue, because all that was unlocked at 6.
Billy Churl, silly Billy, hilly Churl.
Oh well.
Wanna come over for tea? You're trembling. Is it the cold or just cowardice?
Order cut.
Shut up. I condemn you. Into the frozen void.
I will have order.
Amateur mistake.
Faster? Okay, faster.
The Tsaritsa's benevolence has no place for transgressors.
Cold.
So, come on. I was 2 seconds. God damn it. Literal 2 seconds from activating. Damn you, Mahayo. Also, why is my ping 300? Jesus Christ.
The Tsaritsa's benevolence has no place for transgressors.
Oh. Rip everyone. Guess we were doomed from the start with no Hydro person.
What a sorry sight.
Faster?
Yeah!
Okay, faster. Rise.
Embrace your searing reckoning.
Shouldn't let your guard down. I will have order.
Embrace your searing reckoning.
More speed.
Must burn. Shut up.
We are alive. Orders given. Orders received.
This is gonna hurt.
Make for mercy.
Why am I getting by 4,000 hits of damage? It was weird I was getting hit by so much damage. Oh, nope. All of it just seems really sad. All artifacts were trash this week, besides the animal. traveler to the rescue to clean up a shrine. Scoundrels are causing a muck.
Let's light it up! Let's light it up! Adventure time! Let's light it up! Time to go! Go!
Where do you go? A bird-filled island with electro crystals? Okay.
We go! Let's light it up! Adventure time!
This does seem like one of those islands where can't really do much. I don't like the enemies that are here. Buggers. Oh, look at new ones for in the zone. Oh, nice.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Where is... Why weren't you there earlier?
Adventure time. Out of my sight. Oz, reveal dice. Go. Where are you? Be gone. Adventure time. This body belongs to ice and snow.
I see my artifacts. Say that much.
With the wind.
Let's get down to business.
Going somewhere? How's this?
I see 3 was... It's probably a manga game.
By royalty.
To the very.
That's what I thought.
Let's light it up.
Fall before me.
Let's light it up. Oz, reveal by go.
You win.
The win.
This realm is truly beginning to thrive.
I never created you? Duh. You're sure, I guess.
If you ever have any questions about the realm within, Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to...
I needed one ring for Queen. I need more for showing. Like 3 times more, I think. Two and a half times more likely. They do have next level. I needed 2 rings of freedom for Fireball. Nope. Oh, I had Hu Tao, damn it. Oh, so annoying. Crap. Oh well. That's annoying. That's annoying. Should have checked. Electro crystals? Didn't know that would ever be needed. Vulnerability to cryo? But increased cryo resistance. Cryo resistance is reduced. Damn it, Vulnerability was leveled. I can't want your 90 yet. That make me so sad. Oh, kill one.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Higher, higher, hands on fire. Yeah. Let's light it up. Adventure time.
Alright. Who's the bastard with the health bar?
Adventure time. Royal decree. Sacred name, fortune preserver. Going in. Odds revealed. Time to go. Let's light it up. Let's light it up.
Why am I sinking into the floor? Potential. But I do have you. And you. Why are all my good things Wanderer's feathers? Kind of annoying. I don't want defense. Don't want defense. Keep you. Don't want the defense. Don't give the defense. 50%. It's going to have to be a no. It upgraded defense, oh my god. I think I'm gonna get rid of you. Feed it into this one. See where it gets me. It went to defense. Why did you go to defense? Game, I don't like you. Ten and 7. I have better crit rate and crit damage on that. It is better than this one. Crit rate, 7 crit damage. No, it's not. Never mind. Alright, what about you? Eight and 5. Not getting good pieces. And it's making me sad. Ten and 5. A bunch of HP. Not good at all, but better than nothing. I want to believe in this piece. Having less belief. Yeah, I'm giving up there. They went flat both times. They hit a crit damage, so I'll believe. Okay. Of 16 and 18 for ammo damage. Pretty good. Whew. I think I might just get rid of this one. This one's gonna go then. I don't think there's any other piece I can roll for that might be good. HP goblets are not what I'm going for. I don't even have enough anyways. Alright, whoa. I need a cryo person. So, user's area.
I hear you've got a job for me.
Thinking of just giving her wood house pieces. Is that really my only cryo damage buff? Oh my god, it is. $35.84. 1727. What are the talents again? They're not crowned yet, but should be fine.
You can't run. I see how it is. Let's light it up. Wings of darkness. Come, step. Punishment. At least more work.
Damn.
Off we go. Orders given. Orders received.
That didn't go exactly how I wanted it to, but I can't be surprised with 845 even. Invulnerable to physical elemental rising groups. Okay.
Yeah, let's go on a big adventure. I think I might have to go down. $23.28. You wanna come fish blasting with me? I'll get grounded for a whole day, but it's way worth it because the fish tastes so good.
Please scare me sometimes, I swear. has an electrical circle around it. Really? Give me my ult, please.
Why do they never miss? Go in! Oh, it feels like jumpy, jumpy,
Poggers. I'd say that one pretty well. Yay, Glee. And better than last time, that's for sure. Level 8. Buggers. Tranquilus resonance. Down. $800? It's increasing by 50 every time. Jesus Christ. Invulnerable to Electro, increased damage from Catalyst wielding characters. So I stay as Clay? Alright. Don't have to tell me twice. Invulnerable to Electro is going to be a bit annoying, but oh well.
Let's light it up! Teamwork is Dumpy, dumpy,
Okay, 8k damage with Clean. Wall. Wanderers for the win. Also Skyward Atlas. But we can do more. Oh well. Until next time. Alright. Let's do request. think I'll go bunk the robot.
Adventure time. We go. Adventure time. Let's light it up. Everybody stand back. My royal decree. Dog's over.
Who's the annoying one with the health?
Shadow Raven, let night fall. Time to go. Morgan's Dreamwork. Oz reveal. Rod's over.
I did more damage at full health.
Let's light it up. By royal decree.
Potential. Why are you giving me Geo? You will. So, maximum vigilance.
Let's get down to business. The fairy.
This isn't good.
The fairy.
Go. Faster. By royal decree.
The fairy. Finally, no.
Vigilance destroyed. Poggers. Karagi Chaos. All the way over there. Oof.
Adventure time.
What's one more? Fall before me!
Everybody stand back. Let's reveal.
This isn't over! Keep tricking.
It's over.
End you! Cut down.
Wings of darkness, come, sever night from day.
Doing this battle.
This guy needs crystals? Oh, that's somewhere to use them.
What kind of mask should I make now?
Here we go. Let's light it up. Adventure time. Adventure time. Here we go.
Don't care for those. I'm not even in combat. Oh, you bastards. Bye, Mutal.
Phew. Go. Teamwork is dreamwork. Adventure time. Odds revealed.
As you wish, mein Fräulein.
Off we go! Everybody stand back! My royal cross over! Adventure time! Let's light it up! I'm going in! Odds revealed! Time to go!
Nice.
Garbage. Artifacts. Make me sad. How many more do I need? 1. 3. How many crystals? I have. Can make 3 here. 5 and 3 and 8.
Benny's Adventure Team, assemble!
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes the...
I guess I'll go kill the cryohypostasis. So I can get crystals from that.
Off we go! Adventure time! My royal
Go.
Let's light it up! Off we go! Adventure time! Off we go! Draw's over!
Mahoyo giving me hope. I swear. Like, how do you give that good of a feather? Yeah, I'll try.
Nice.
First to Bennett. Yo. I do wear a resin anyways. Alright, Mr. Feather. Don't want HP Goblin. Why did it go to defense? Ah, I knew it was gonna be horrible. This is a sad feather. Like, how you gonna do me dirty like that? Dodge crit rate, crit damage, every single time. Maybe I should have gave up when I rolled with Elemental Mastery.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Odds revealed. Time to go. Wheel of life. Can't. It's like death.
Of course it's garbage.
A blade embraces its duty.
I need one more ley line. $25,000 short. One more. I think I even got everything. Well, at least this ley line is easy to do. It's just a bunch of slimes. But first, I need water.
Off we go!
Alright. Let's go see if we have the materials to make chunks that we need. Also, we can learn to make this. I'm not surprised by the ingredients, but they are way too favored in knockaweed and blossoms. Whatever. Alright, that's 3 chunks. I need 3 more.
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
Really? 2,000 more? Ugh. Red. wonder if people are going to farm a lot of knockerweed and sucker blossoms just so they don't have to find the Atroculus after getting the stone.
Let's get down to business. Going in! On, reveal! Higher, higher, hands on fire!
To the very, finally, to the very.
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
Ah, it's Chang'en's birthday. If you have time today, please come visit. Please excuse me, I don't know how to properly express how I am feeling. I actually thought about it all day. My face feels hot, but I still can't find the right words. But if I don't take this opportunity to tell you, I know I'll regret it for the next year. No need to fret, this won't be about training or searching for evil spirits. I just wanted to take this time to casually chat with you. I wanted to tell you about the strange things that have been occurring. And also hear about all the experiences you've had on your journey. Besides, I feel that my martial arts has progressed slightly, and I would like some advice from you regarding martial arts techniques. I've already prepared enough popsicle, no matter what happens, I'll be in control, and not ruin our gathering, I'll be waiting for you. How cute.
Let's light it up! Everybody stand back!
This will do!
Wings of darkness! Come, sever night from day!
Yeah, of course not.
Faster?
Oh, it went over there. Alright. Onward, I guess. Oh, this is the robot island one.
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
Now we go back. Kill this one. Or kill the Kobragi with this one. Actually, I might go to the Mora first.
It's my lucky day.
Oh, it's revealed by I'm going in.
It's my lucky day. Boom! Finally, my blade to the fairy. Finally, it's my lucky day. Ooh.
Shadow Raven, Black Knight Claw.
How's this? My blade. Somewhere? To the fairy.
It would have been that way. Okay. Seems like a better circle than anything. Ask me. It's better to go to Watatsumi than the north of Tatasuno. Possibly.
Teamwork is great. By royal decree. Shot's over.
It's over. Fall before me. Fall before me.
Adventure time.
Let's light it up.
I've got your plan.
Oh, it's ready to
I'm ready.
Let's light it up! Everybody stand back! By royal decree... Higher, higher, and by fire!
Let's get down to business.
Teamwork is dreamwork! Oz for Eva stuff! Minions in Categoria!
To the fairy. Finally, I feel like today. To the fairy.
Insubordination!
Lightweight. To the fairy.
Set off. Oh, come on. Really? Not gonna let me ult? God, that is so annoying.
We go! We go!
Tomorrow we do elegance. Also, we need to farm a lot of those hand cards, which is kind of annoying, but at the same time, Remora. Oh, thank God you spawned there.
Life goes on. Faster.
Next
Okay,
one.
faster. Okay, faster.
Still nothing that needs nog meat.
Let's light it up. Go in. On reveal night. Higher, higher, get my fire. Finally higher.
Ah,
Adventure time. Let's light it up. By royal decree. Time to go.
$77. We're literally swapping places every time.
We go.
Oh my God. I can do 2 more.
We go. Adventure time.
Aw, hell no.
Higher, higher, can't fight fire.
As you wish, mein Fräulein.
not sure if I enjoy the Batui loot or not. But it is welcome. Robots? Really? Why does it have to be robots?
Let's light it up! Out! My royal gun!
I have to kill so many mirror maidens, not because I need the materials, but because they just attack all the damn time.
Let's light it up! Teamwork is dreamwork! Let's light it up! Odds reveal, team!
Mr. Squid, why are you running? That's all there is for today.
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
78. Not bad. Oh well.
My blade! I'm going in! My royal decree!
To the very finally. To the very.
I think I might go with the trench handguard guide. Oh wait, I need to go do the Echo and the Old Lady quest. Then we'll farm for handguards. In that deep pool? Really? I'm sure. Oh my god, there is one. It went even higher. There it is.
Even better than I imagined. It's my lucky day.
Oh. That's that done. See what the echo house. Okay. They want me to go all what they Oh, the firm. What are the chances that there'd be a skilled craftsman here? And all the way back. Oh, it's another quest done. One more and pretty much done. God, I wish I had more books. Oh yeah, back to Handguard for me. How detailed are you? They can't be seen until you get close to this point to spawn them. Stop out where they're under the machine. What if you get close? Alright. Well, this cutscene's accurate. Alright. The obvious genuine island people. Nothing. Nothing. You make me sad.
Adventure time. Let's get down to business. To the ferry. Off we go.
Wow.
It's my lucky day. Adventure time. Everybody stand back. By royalty. Time to go. Say no more. To the ferry.
Still barely anything. Even with a whole patch later.
Boom.
Well, I'm gonna try with the
All right, let's go. There's more. How's this? How's this? Take the ferry. There's more. To action. Onto the ferry. Cut down. Like this.
Oh yeah, the two on top. I forgot about those. I don't know.
My blade! Let's get down to business. How's this? Back off!
I don't know how that worked, but it worked. Stop. Detail. Detail.
How's this? It's my lucky day. There's more! Let's get down to business. How's this? Let me try my
Power that ended Python!
my blade. I've got your pen. Cut down. There's more. To the very.
So the one, the 3 and the 1. Okay. Now we go to is that the shrine or
If you ever want to trade tactics.
oh, it's saying go down and down. Okay, that makes more sense.
My lucky day.
Oh, there they are.
How's this?
Off we go.
I'm ready.
How's this?
Time. This isn't over.
More! Finally. Nice.
And then we go here and then down.
To the ferry.
Back off.
Finally, No.
Alright. Next spot is the shrine and down. Or the state and down.
There's more!
It's funny that I can just mess up their animation.
It's my lucky day.
Shadow Raven, let night fall.
The ferry. Oh! To the ferry.
I'll try to be scary though. Alright. So then we go to the shrine and down. Out there. Oh, I didn't even realize this was a mining spot. Alright, noted.
Let me try. Take this.
Take this. Let's light it up by royal decree.
This will do. Cut down. Like
So much electro.
Go.
Alright, next spot was that, and then the corner.
the very height.
This isn't over. You win this battle.
Am I winning though? I'm getting hardly any materials. There we go. South. On the village south.
Let's get down to business. To ashes. To the very. Finally, I say no more.
And we go northeast for one. Well, more than one. Seems.
There's more.
No 100.
It's my lucky day. How's this? Ah!
Let's light it up.
There's more. To the very. Perfect distance. Finally, to the very. More! Back up! How's this? Finally,
It's interesting that it takes
Teamwork is teamwork.
our quest
Royal decree.
in order to finally get
Come, Sever Knight from.
use for electro crystals.
there's more!
Here we go. To the Is it here or across? Oh, right there. Didn't even see them there. Oh, there's even a chest?
To the ferry. How's that? Hike to the ferry.
Where have you been hiding?
Exactly, Beto. I didn't know there was one here. Alright. Next one is across the river. South of the teleporter. Next to the mound.
Say no more. To the ferry.
Thank you for the follow, Lunar. And then one all the way down there. Is there really a solo one all the way down here? Or is this the one that's at the camp? It's probably the one at the camp. There it is. That's what I thought.
My blade. Oh, such a.
Next one. I think we'll go
If
east.
you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Cujo and Catnut.
Let's get down to business. My blade.
Go in! By royal decree.
To the ferry.
have to do anything. I believe it's out south that way. Spawn these ones, I believe. Should be one here, right? There they are.
There's more! My blade to the ferry.
Fish.
What's one more?
Teamwork is dreamwork! By Royal Decree, Shadow Raven, let night fall, power that ended Python!
It's over! This will do! You win! Face one, please!
Life goes on.
One strike is a fight! Cut down! Like this.
Thank you. Player resources. Need to be done with the break.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Let's go halftime.
It's hard to remain on dry land for so long. I never quite seem to get my land
I
legs
think
back.
we'll go west at this time.
What's one more?
Odds reveal them!
down to business.
Everybody stand back!
My blade!
By royal decree! Back off!
Have a little taste. To the very height. Suffocate. Suffocate.
All the way that one.
Let's light it up! Odds revealed!
This isn't over.
Let's light it up!
You win this battle. Let the feel it today.
Let's
Boom,
light
no
it
more.
up! By royal decree!
To the very
I don't know why my E didn't work there.
let me try.
Everybody stand back! Odds revealed thyself! Midnight Phantasmagoria!
One strike will suffice. Finally, you win. Subject.
cow. Oh, I could use clay. Yeah, just
Good eye.
Let's get down to business.
By royal decree, teamwork is teamwork.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
This is invalid. Fire, hands on fire.
Cut down.
Day. We'll try. Reveal,
You are the fairy.
It's like the Karaki give the most materials. Instead of the Nobushi. Oh well.
Dang.
everybody stand back. By royal decree. That's over. Scatter Raven. Black Knight falls.
The fairy. You win this battle.
Why does that firefly keep on evading me?
Let's get down to business. There's more.
Let's light it up.
Let me try my hand.
Off we go. Teamwork is dreamwork. Oh, goodness gracious. Odds reveal that. Go.
Really? I'll run away from my spawning of odds.
end you!
Oh, come on. Really? You're gonna run from me?
Adventure time.
One strike will suffice. You win.
I didn't realize I was gonna fall. So that there was one on the lowest floor. Oh, in the furnace. Yeah, I remember.
Let me try my way.
Oh, I just got a dual blade, so.
Everybody stand back!
As you wish, mein Fräulein. Fall before me. Cut down. One strike will suffice.
Ow. You know?
Let's light it up! By royal decree!
You win.
Thank you. Alright. Now we go to the domain. How is that one?
Adventure time! Go in! Odds revealed!
To the theory. You win. Have a little
Light
taste.
it up!
Free.
God damn it. These materials didn't go that far. That's all I can say. Also, that wasn't one spot. Okay, we have all the goddamn all we need. Oh, it was two.
With the wind! Go!
Really?
That tingle? test subject.
Adventure time.
Another test subject.
By royal higher, higher, here's my fire.
Cut down subject. Like this. Another test subject.
Only a wee?
Oz, reveal thyself. Midnight Phantasmagoria. Time to go.
To the fairy. Have a little taste.
Leave it up to respawn. Yeah.
Let me try. It's my lucky day.
Everybody stand back.
To the fairy.
Ha ha. Spot is that's the box. Oh, it's up. Oh. I forgot about the ones that are up.
created another universe and... By royal decree!
Fall before me! Cut down. Like this.
Is there another one? There was. Or did I pass it already? The boar can get through, but I can't. Unfair. No samurai, but there's always a boar somehow. Oh well. On to the next. For the one spot now. Scraping the bottom of the barrel. Where does he spawn now? Oh, right there.
By royal
Next one is off the shore on the top end. I can do a co-op. wanted a karate, not a troll. There you are. I guess no Gregor. Guess not. Unable to end co-op. Oh, yeah. When leveling the character saver from another world, Aloy using character experience, then displayed amount of mana required does not match the amount required actually consumed. The displayed amount of mana required when using Wonders of Device is 200, but only 1 mana is consumed. The displayed mana required for using Adventure's experience is 1,000, but only 1 mana was consumed. The displayed amount of mana required for using Hero's Wit is 4,000, but 1 more was consumed. The issue will be fixed in an update on September 9th. We'll be issuing compensation for travelers affected by the issue. Compensation details in a follow-up notice. Materials. Did it really say? Actually, let's say about more. Interesting. So we go there.
Billy Joe, Billy Joe.
Now we go back around. Kill the 4 over there.
Let's get down to business.
My
Teamwork.
way!
Insubordination!
The fairy. House cat fairy.
Now we go down here for 3.
Let me try my lucky day.
Let's light it up! By royal
Try the fairy. Like this.
I should just call this route the old handguard for me. That's all I'm getting. Alright. Next one. Yashiro. I guess we'll
When the sun's out, bathe in the sun.
continue on the beach. I think there's some over here though. Yeah, there's a forward spawn.
Let's get down to business.
Off we go! Everybody stand back! Odds reveal, T!
Finally,
Time to go!
All that and nothing. Jeez. Damn it, Ohio. Ugh, no wonder it's not in the guide. Techno? I am not listening to so.
Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy, hilly churl.
Only one? Only one. One techno. Okay. Only one techno. How about chill?
One client, 2 clients, 3 clients.
Go here. 1, 1, 3.
let's get down to business.
By royal decree.
Midnight Vendor. The fairy.
Alright, that was all mine. All the hand guards are plenty.
Let me try another the wrong test subjects. Get the fairy.
Faster? Okay, faster.
I'm starting to really think, are these routes truly worth it? Is this one above? Oh, it's right there. Yeah, there's 3.
Wings of darkness, come, sever night from...
Get the fairy. Finally,
Let's light it up!
I feel like I should have went from over there to here, to be honest. Would have been closer. Well. Alright, next one. There, there, there.
When the sun's out, bathe in sunlight.
But when the moon's out, bathe in moonlight. Oh, there you are.
Let's light it up! Odds revealed!
get the fairy.
Oh, a paved one. Finally. We actually did. Should I kill the queen? Yeah, I feel like it.
By royal decree.
Feel again.
With the wind.
What's one more?
Shadow Raven, let night fall. This isn't good. See? Time to go.
This will do!
You win.
Poggers. I won the battle. Bennett where?
Faster? Okay, faster. Adventure time. Let's light it up.
Nice. What's it done?
Now we jump down.
Adventure time.
Let's get down to business. Cheap tricks.
Everybody stand back. See? Stop over.
The fairy.
Out of there. Now we go 3, 2. Yeah. So the village and then the shrine.
Let's light it up. Going somewhere?
Perfect distance.
Teamwork is dreamwork. By royal decree.
My way.
Time to go.
Crackdown to the fairy.
Going somewhere?
Where is the other one? Ow. Why are you behind a wall?
Let's light it up.
Guys, weird, I swear.
We go. Let's try it. Midnight Phantasmagoria.
How's this?
created
3,
another
3,
universe and
5.
founded paradise. For I, Fischl, and the Prinzessin der
No one cares. Oh my god.
Another test subject.
Everybody stand back! Odds revealed! Higher, higher, get my fire! Go!
Suffocate! I got killed. Picked the wrong test subject.
Oh.
Teamwork is dreamwork! By royal decree!
Midnight Phantasma.
The
fairy. Finally,
Alright. Now we go back down.
It's my lucky day.
Let's light it up! On, reveal thyself!
To the fairy. To the fairy.
That's another 3. Now we go east of 5.
Go in! By royal decree!
As you wish me.
So it's over!
To the fairy. To the fairy. This will do.
Where was the other 2? At the camp?
Another test subject.
No, not the camp.
On, reveal thyself!
Is it inside the cave? Did I go to the wrong spot? It's probably inside the cave, isn't it? Inside the cave? Oh, the hydro slimes.
Go! Phew. Huh? Phew.
Maybe they were killed already? That's my only guess. I remember that one person yesterday wanted the Bushi, but I don't know where they went to kill him. Yeah, we'll move on. Alright, so one, then one. Alright. We'll go for the ones.
Let's light it up like real Nicritti.
This will do! Cut down. Like this.
I have the wrong thing on. Damn it. Oh, whatever. Just take the flower.
Rise.
Cut down. Like this.
I go there, down to the south. That's fine. For 3 and 3.
There's more!
Higher, higher, hands on fire! Oz, reveal thyself!
To the very...
I ulted and then let Oz do all the work. I see 1, 2, and 3.
By royal decree.
To the fairy. Finally,
I'll go back this far. And defeat the 2 at Key. Which I believe is you and you.
let me try you. I'm ready. Teeth cut down.
Only 2 old hand guards. Sag.
What's on?
Odds reveal.
You win.
Apparently on the bottom.
Wanna come over for tea?
Let's get down to business.
Adventure time.
Is
Teamwork is dreamwork. By royal decree. Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Casino!
Higher, higher, dance on fire.
To the fairy. Finally,
it was a good thing I ran all the way inside to get the grouping kill. Right. So from this domain, go down for 4 and 4 and 3. Which I believe I already killed these ones. Yeah, I did earlier. One cabbage. Boo. Wasn't all that helpful. Ah, this card is
It's my lucky day.
Odds reveal by
The fairy. Calm down. Finally,
Win it!
Damn hit.
To the ferry.
I thought I dodged that. Well, that's the overkill there.
With the wind.
It's been a lucky day.
Let's light it up! By royal decree.
I got one hit. Okay, I was about to say. Like, I killed 3. How did I only get 1?
Silly Billy Hilly Churl.
I believe that's everything. Go to the statue to heal, then check how much we have. We have 56, 531, and 78. I believe we gained about 38 of these blue ones. Because I know we started with like 40. That's all I know. That's good. There is one. God damn it. But where? Beach where? Also, that is a very big circle. Oh, found chest.
Let's light it up! Cry out my illustrious name.
And there's also an electric ceiling. I think Mahoy is just adding more stuff with like every single update that's coming out. Make me look like a pillow. we're gonna go back up there. So we can reach that one. Why do you keep going on top of these things? Oh my god. Oh my god, this thing is annoying. Oh, you've got to be kidding. Really? Really? God. Ugh. While you're out here being evil?
Jackpot.
Punishing me, I swear. Okay, if I was a Electroculus in this area, where would I be? I guess I should just reference the interactive map. Pretty sure that'd be easier.
Toodaloo.
There is one in the air. Alright, we'll check that one.
I summon thee! Shadow Raven, let night fall!
I'll put you on have a load of this.
Damn it. Do I get it? Oh. Seem to have missed it by an inch. At least I know which one I'm missing. The annoying one in the sky. Oh, damn it. No, damn it. Oh, this is gonna be annoying. Until I'm ready. No. Alright, new plan. I'll switch to Beto. Maybe that'll be easier. I will end stream when I get this. No, I was right there. I was right there. Ah. No. Breathe. This is give me the electroclast. You don't Really? Yes. Oh, finally. Yeah. Boom. Glorious. Level 9. 30 more to go. Oh. C6 once again.
If you ever want to drink.
Good lord. Does that mean I need to make like 30 of these? It's gonna be a lot of Naku beating the sucker bosses, so. Oh, it's gonna be annoying. Yeah, I probably don't. I doubt I do that much, but. I think tomorrow we'll farm sucker blossoms. Okay. Because I have the 24 I need for 90s. I don't know how many of these handguards I need, which is going to be annoying. $267. Hopefully that's enough. If not, I don't know what I'll do. Alright. That's end for today. Send someone to read. Support and local echo. So, hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I will see you tomorrow. tomorrow evening because I have to go back to work tomorrow. We'll figure out what the schedule is when I get there. So, hope you guys have a wonderful day, night, morning, evening, afternoon, and I'll see you tomorrow evening. Or, like, is it like 19 hours from now? 18, 19 hours? Give or take. So, have fun, see you later, adios. And enjoy your time without me.